starting the day on top on Championship Sunday. That's a great place to be for Travis Land and Nikki Savoie. But the long and the short of it is, hey, it's still up for grabs, and that's going to make for one heck of a day.
You're watching the Yamaha Bassmaster RedFish Cup Championship, presented by Skeeter Boats.
Great Sunday morning to you. So great to be coming to you from one of the great fishing states in these here United States, and possibly the fishing capital of the Lone Star State, the great state of Texas, Port Aransas. We are taking off on Championship Sunday with 10 teams in this competition. Tommy Sanders here with the winningest saltwater captain of all time, tournament angler Rick Murphy. Captain Rick Murphy, great to have you with us. These guys are going to have to adjust each and every day. No different today.
You're absolutely right, Tommy. And I'm going to tell you, a good day for fishing. Going to be slick, calm. Let's take a look at the rules of the game.
Yeah, 10 two-person teams fishing 3 full days. We got that final day. 2 redfish per day, that's the limit. The slot limit is 20 to 28 inches. They must fall within that. The heaviest 3-day total cumulative weight wins the prize. It's a winner-take-all 50 grand.
You're absolutely right. You know, these guys, Travis and Nikki, boy, they've been on top since day one. We got Ron Houston made a big move yesterday. We had moving day for some of the teams yesterday. They had some really good work. But I'm gonna tell you, the thing that I'm so excited about, Tommy, is that weather is not gonna play a factor today. These guys are gonna get the prevailing wind that they normally would have in Texas. And I'm gonna say that we're gonna see probably some big fish. Even some of the teams might push the envelope when it comes to measuring, but I think it's gonna make a great show.
Well, this is the weather they got to practice in, so it should be good things in store for us today. Let's take a look at our leaderboard after 2 days of competition among our 10 teams, and there they are. Land and Savoie right there on top. Estee and Walters had the biggest day yesterday. We keep our eyes on them. They're moving certainly in the right direction, and all the rest, our top 6 are within 5 pounds and 6 ounces of each other.
You know, Dwayne, Estee, I'm going to tell you, that guy always has something in the tank. I've been saying it since we started. I was waiting for him to make a big move, and yesterday things fell into place for him. And I expect for Dwayne to be a contender throughout the whole day.
Well, let's take a look at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake, one of the most unique and bountiful fisheries we ever visit.
You're absolutely right. So to the south in the Laguna Madre, we're talking about Bird Island. This is south on that intercoastal waterway that runs all the way to Mexico, south of Corpus Christi. Dead in the middle of this area is Port Aransas, where our takeoff is, and then to the north we have the Port O'Connor Jetty. It looks like our teams are kind of spread out all the way throughout the whole thing. The great part is habitat built specifically for redfish. We've got marsh ponds. We also have shell bottom out in the middle of these lakes that they have not been able to access because of the weather blowing so bad yesterday. But it could really, really go off today, and I'm really excited about being here with you in the studio and Ronnie.
You bet. Let's get out on the water. They are fishing already. This is a team of Jeremy Himes and Mickey Gibbs, Florida anglers.
Tommy, these guys caught a crazy amount of fish yesterday, and my question is, did they burn through their fish? I think they probably caught over 50, and they had a variety of different sizes, but looks like Mickey's got one on now, so maybe they're gonna have a good bite as well.
20-incher, maybe? You gotta do a net on that one?
I don't think so. I mean, he's 20. I think he's 20.
Come on with it. Check me anyway.
That fish ate that lure deep. Looks like they're hungry, Tommy.
And if you're just joining us, we are looking for the biggest slot fish you can catch. You only get to keep 2 of them. They got to be closer to 28 inches than the bottom of the slot, which is 20.
I mean, can't get any faster than that. Are we the first boat to catch one? Are you all guys going to tell us? I'd like to know. I think we've been the first one to catch one every day, I think.
You know, Jeremy always looking
I don't know. We'll
for
have to find out when we
a positive part of why he's there. You know,
some approval.
He loves the fact of being able to say a month from now that, hey, we were the first one to catch a fish every day. That's awesome. He's always glasses.
Who can disprove that? You might as well say it, right?
Exactly. But his glass is always half full instead of half empty, and I love that about his personality.
All right, our leaders gave you a good shot of this pair at the start of our show today. Land and Savoie, Texas and Louisiana. Travis Land, Nikki Savoie.
They caught some really big fish in their pre-fishing, and it's lining up to have that same conditions, Tommy. I think that these guys are going to really do well, you know, and I saw a lot of the fish. He had one pond that had probably 30 or 40 fish tailing. He sent me a video of it on Monday. If they can get on that, they're going to be hard to beat.
Well, of course, all these teams are so competitive, but for this team doing great today, maybe even winning, would have a special, special dimension to it.
It would be a dream come true for me. I mean, to win this, the first one back, right here, kind of close to the house, with family here, sponsors here close, you know, people that know us, it would mean the world to us, both of us.
And the good part about it is, Travis mentioned yesterday that where we fishing at, his dad brought him as a kid. So his dad's struggling with a little issue right now, and it would be big to wrap this up. And this one would be for Travis's dad.
Let's do it.
A little extra motivation there for our leading team to start this day. Staying on top is not an easy thing to do when you're in this tough crowd you're running with today. The rest of these 9 teams who are out there striving to be on top when it's all said and done, and it will be decided today. McCabe and Zaldain.
I mean, that duck hunter set up in literally where everyone has to run in.
Yep.
Like, that's kind of selfish on his end.
Yep.
Got it. Oh. God. No, he's still on.
No,
He was running towards me. Oh, gosh, please get the hook in him. I almost screwed that up big for us. I'm so sorry.
Keep him coming, T.
So sorry.
Keep him coming.
I can only...
He went under the net.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna touch it.
No, I got him. I got him. He's coming up. Whew. I almost screwed that up, man. He took off running, and I thought I didn't have him. But we got him. That's all that matters. Even I can catch redfish. If I can catch redfish, you can catch redfish. I mean, this is as basic as it gets, guys. An 8 pounder. That's a big one.
You know, a good point to make here, Tommy, is that, you know, a redfish is always used to attacking something from behind. So that's why we keep the lures moving. And what also happens a lot of times when you feel that bite is they eat it and swim towards you. They swim slack into the line. She's really lucky that the fish didn't come off, but so many times anglers think that they lost them because when that redfish feels the steel, he'll come towards you a lot of times.
Oh, I got him good, too. There he goes.
All right, Red Murphy, this is for you, so you don't have a heart attack. Okay, we're golden, baby.
What was he?
Like 25.
Okay. Do we need to weigh him?
Yeah, we're right inside the slot limit.
Probably a 5.5, 6 pounder.
Struggled on day 1 to this team of Zaldain and McCabe, but day 2, boy, it was on. They caught fish on day 2, no doubt about it.
You know, Trey caught more fish than her husband yesterday.
Uh-oh.
You know, she didn't catch the size fish that they're probably looking for, but they really had a good day. Day 1, they struggled. She picked up the chatterbait yesterday, and for whatever reason, that's really working well for her. I hope she keeps that in her hand all day long because she's got the cadence on what it takes to catch a fish on that lure working for her.
Knows how to run one confident. That counts for something, doesn't it?
Confidence is everything. You know, Tommy, that's a great point. When you put one early in the live well, the boat starts to be able to relax a little and we start slowing down. When you get a second one, oh my goodness. Now everything starts to come together because you know any bite after that could potentially be an upgrade.
We're back live.
Might drop them poles now.
Trey Zaldain, you mentioned catching more than her husband. That's not her husband there, that's Matt McCabe. But her husband is also fishing on another team. That would be the great Chris Zaldain of the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Matt's a guide from Louisiana, guides over 200 days a year, and he specifically wanted me to make sure that I called him Captain Matt McCabe. So here we go.
Aye, aye.
Looks like they see a fish swimming, maybe waking off to the right or so.
Got him. Yes.
God, dang it. He's gone now.
They don't want this cork. Look, they're right here, Trey.
I see.
They must have a school.
They do not want this freaking cork.
He's not going to give me another chance, I don't think.
They don't want that damn cork. God, dog it. What we've been waiting for.
They've already got one in the boat, so you know a second one could really give them a good kick start for the first thing in the morning.
You just gotta, we gotta
Ahead of us, look ahead of us, look ahead of us.
I know, we just gotta be calm. Because when we get all frazzled like that, then we don't get a hook in them.
You know, a lot of these
Be
guys.
quiet and calm.
Nothing to do with that. There's some more right there.
Okay, just stop walking around, get on the deck, and just chill. Take a deep breath. We're gonna be just fine. They're gonna be everywhere around here. We just gotta be calm.
But you see him swim by that cork?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
There he is, right there.
Looks like they're power pulled down and they're just letting the fish come to them.
Good cast, you're right on.
I want to get that spoon out.
I got a spoon right there. I can chunk it.
Chunk it. Just we gotta be quiet. There's another one.
Great Zaldain. We just saw catch that good keeper. Is one of two Zaldains in our field, our 10-team field this time around. Her husband, noted Bassmaster Elite Series angler Chris Zaldain. He's also been working very hard through this week, being very competitive too with his partner Ryan Rickard. We are going to them right now. We got to go look at some day 2 action from this team. Took them a while to get set up again, find their groove, but they got it going, especially at the last. They really turned on.
I talked to Ryan this morning on the phone.
He's short, but he's stocky. That's the right.
And what had happened is he couldn't locate where his fish moved to. What he told me is that at the end of the day, the fish were moving into the flat where they had such a great day on day 1. And the good part is that he saw where they were coming from. He thinks that he can intercept them early, and it's gonna make a difference for him. He did also tell me he's gonna push the envelope. If he gets a fish that's right on the line, or even slightly over, he might put that fish in the well to have that a little extra weight.
They are able to cull in this tournament for sure. Find the heaviest 2 fish they can find that are under 28 inches or at 28 inches length.
It is 7:14 in the morning. We're kind of been changing locations every day, kind of where we're starting, just trying to reposition these fish. We don't have a whole bunch of wind right this second, so we're gonna be drifting a little bit slower right now, but just as the day goes, we're just gonna have to kind of adapt and let the fish do the talking. Just keep moving around, keep making adjustments till we get something going.
Yeah, right now, Patrick, we're just gonna cut these drifts and find out what line they're on. Once we find that line, we'll better hone in on them and attack them. But right now, it's just finding that bait line or where they're feeding. And we got lots of time, and we're just gonna enjoy this moment. And look at this big sand hole right here. We're gonna cross their path at some point here.
Absolutely. The thing is, it's gonna take all day long, because yesterday our fish didn't start biting until 1 o'clock.
Yeah, we caught
it was
one.
12:30, 1 o'clock when we kind of got the fish fired back up. And so it's an all-day thing. It's not, we don't really have a first thing in the morning bite. It's a grind. And we're not fishing for a lot of fish today. We're just fishing for 2 of the right ones.
Yep. It's looking for that right bite. And they're here. We know that. We're starting to come across these potholes right here.
I know they look good.
And that's right now. Sun's kind of low right now, so we really don't have a good view right now. We basically have a west wind blowing into the rising east sun, so which is not a fisherman's desire to have a west wind when you're fishing into the sun. But hey, we're gonna take it.
Well, a celebrated pair from 2 different branches of the tournament fishing tree certainly had the best day of all of them yesterday, Captain Rick.
They did, Tommy. And you know, one of the things that Dwayne likes on those days when it's blowing is that they can make multiple drifts. The boat drifts a lot faster, and he can cover ground several different times in this peak area. Day 1, they didn't have that, so it hurt their fishing a little bit. They really capitalized on it yesterday because they made several different drifts through the area where they thought the fish were. Today, lighter wind, so it's going to be interesting to see if that affects him. He doesn't like running the trolling motor. He likes drifting. He thinks that the trolling motor bothers the fish, but more importantly, you know what? He's sitting in second, so it's going to be interesting to see how he adjusts. He's a great sight fisherman, so it might play into his deal come a little later.
A fun-to-watch team, that is for sure. Dwayne Echte and Patrick Walters. Landon Savoie still hold the lead right now. We got a couple of teams on the board, but it is still early, and there is so much more to come from here at Port Aransas.
You're watching the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship, presented by Skeeter Boats.
Tomorrow on FS1, the Gavitt tip-off games begin as 2 elite conferences go head-to-head. First, number 11 Illinois faces Marquette. Then Providence takes on Wisconsin. Catch all the action tomorrow, starting at 7 Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. 10 teams out there today. Championship Sunday in the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup. And there's our Yamaha weather watch for you right there. Winds south at 10 miles an hour. Big changeover from yesterday, Captain Rick. A total reversal of direction.
You're absolutely right, Tommy. And the good part about this is this time of year, that's the time. This is south wind is exactly what they're going to be used to. It's the normal prevailing wind in the coast of Texas. And I think you're going to see it really make the fish go off today.
We're looking for big-time fireworks. This is everybody says this is the time of year to come to Port A, but all year long is a great time to come to Port A. The fishing is so great right here. Let's get our first look right now. Starting the day in 7th place, Derek Hudnall, Ron Houston.
You see that bull in front of my lure?
Redfish angler hybrid teams.
Derek had a really big day yesterday with that chatterbait.
Got it. Good job.
Caught
That's
a couple oversized
That's
fish.
a good one. The old search bait. Good one, Derek.
I mean, Derek was really on fire. He caught so many fish that Ron was even like, can I just get one bite?
Good job, bro. Let me know if you need anything.
Good, just let him run.
Communication's always a big part of what the teams are doing. Really important, you know, whether it's to pull up the trolling motor or which side the fish is going to be landed on, Tom.
Or simply just get out of the way for a second.
Yeah. Just leave me alone. Let me do what I'm here for.
Ain't nothing like these big old redfish pulling. These suckers pull, man. God.
One time I asked Gerald Swindle, why is it that bass reels have drags? Because they put 65 pounds of braid on there and they snatch a 2-pounder out of there. Well, this is why they make bass reels with drags, because we use them red fishing and snook fishing and everything else.
I'll pass that along to the bass guys.
Well, Derek's now experiencing.
You want to be on the right fish. You want to win this thing? You want to be on oversized fish or right there? Coming to you.
Hudnall from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
I don't know, man. He might.
Plenty of
that's a good
saltwater
fish.
experience.
I'm almost positive that's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one right there. That's the ones we need right there, partner. Give me some.
That's what you call teamwork, my friend. That's what you call teamwork.
Let's put him on there. Hopefully he's under.
He's good, bro. Trust me.
I'm trusting you. Chatterbait, missile bait, shockwave. Big old pretty redfish. How about that? Let's see if we can get this fish to measure.
Gonna have the hands of steel, my friend. The hands of steel. Steel.
Gotta put that lock on him.
There you go, Bubba.
24 inch.
Nice 24-inch fish. Nice one, bub. Nice, nice, nice.
24-inch fish.
Stand down. Who does that? Huh? Stand down. That one's for Hackney.
Good way to start the day.
You see, Tommy, I've been saying it since day one. When you catch a fish and you have them in the live well, everybody starts getting happy. And there's no place to be than a happy boat. And when you put a second one in there, then the confidence level goes way up, and then you everybody can relax. And you can see it. Look at the difference in Ron Houston and Derek as of right now. They're happy, and guess what? It's going to make a difference. Watch what they do in the next 2 hours. Oh, he's going to turn his hat around backwards for a rally cap.
Yeah, buddy. Lucky charm, 5-pounder. There's big ones in here. We just got to.
So we got your first one in the boat.
Yeah.
What are we thinking?
I mean, we're thinking the Lucky Charm is working pretty early this morning. You know, it's because we're all. It's all about the Lucky Charm guys today. Yeah. If the Lucky Charm wants to catch big ones, we're going to catch big ones. But area we're in, they're in here. No wind. No wind, so they're spooky. That one hit it on the end of a cast, but there's still some fish in here.
What are you guys using today?
Same old chatterbait.
Yep, when a cat put one in the box, the jokes get funnier, the stories get more lighthearted. It's a big change.
And you know, collectively, your confidence starts to go up too, especially when it's a good fish, not a 20-inch rat, as they would say.
Right.
You know, one that just barely makes it. When you got to measure your first fish, you know what? It's
You humped up on it.
I see it.
oh, looks like they see a little school or something.
Still behind it.
Got it.
Missed it.
Got it.
Great teamwork.
I hear you. That's the way you play the game, man. That's the way you play the game. Way you play the game. No wind. Play the game. Good job, bub. All right, fish?
Can't tell. Just let them run wherever they want to go. Because you really don't have much of a choice. Just let them take some drag, and I'll follow them around the boat until she's ready. Ain't no big one, but it's a keeper.
Hey.
It's a keeper.
It is what it is. It's the earliest we got a limit.
Yeah.
It's not a bow, it's a keeper.
Yeah, it's a keeper.
It's a start, man.
Right.
We'll double check them.
All right.
We'll double check them. Sorry, sir.
Things are so slippery.
Good Sunday
Hey,
morning.
we
for
went
just
up all
joining
day
us.
yesterday.
This is redfish competition, and in this one, 2 keepers per day, and they have to fall within 20 and 28 inches in length.
Derek's going to learn about grabbing him by the bottom of the lip sooner or later.
You don't do that too many times, right?
No. Yeah, you're good. We'll call that one.
She touches. She touches.
Yeah, we'll call this one here. We'll be leaving.
And unlike bass tournaments where we fan the tail and we don't pinch it, in red fishing you pinch the tail. They have a perfect pinch. We'll get into that as well a little later. But we're pinching the tail this week to make sure they get to 20, and we're pinching it to make sure they don't get to 28.
You're going to be more elaborate on that.
Exactly.
Ronnie Moore is with us,
Exactly.
of course, in the studio today, and that is great. Ronnie, I have one question for you about this team. Have you ever seen Derek Hudnall or Matt Damon in the same place at the same time?
I have not. I have not.
It's not a bow, it's a keeper. It's a start, man.
2 in the well, the confidence level is going to go up. They haven't had this many fish this early.
Fastest start of all our 10 teams, but boy, there's so much fishing on the way. Looks like they're biting today. I'll make a cautious statement about that. We'll be right back.
You're watching the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship, presented by Skeeter Boats.
Live red fishing competition at the highest level. First time we've ever been able to do that for you, and we've got 7 more hours of it coming your way today. Big change already on the leaderboard. Coming up from down in the pack, Ron Houston and Derek Hudnall. You just saw it. They put 2 keepers in the boat in short order, and they are now on top. That scoreboard, Captain Rick Murphy, is going to be very volatile, especially in the first half of this day.
I certainly think so, Tommy. You know, the good thing about this is the confidence level. I've been saying it since the day one. When you put 2 in the well, your confidence level goes way up. You can breathe a sigh of relief, but then more importantly, you have a tendency to slow down, and you're paying attention to the little subtle things.
Supposed to have south
And
winds 10
Ron
to 15.
Houston
It's blowing
is
due
an
north right now.
expert at noticing the little subtle things to make a difference to catch a fish.
Got him?
Yeah.
What's he look like? Middle.
Yeah.
A lot of fish right through here.
Man, I can't believe a small fish would hit a big-ass lure like this. You know what I'm saying?
Bang, no shame. They like to party.
I need Dino, the dinosaur, to whack this plug. Hey, this is how our day started yesterday. And we just slowly moved up. So, I mean...
He's throwing the Berkeley Jaywalker, a walk-the-dog style
Just
of lure
working it.
there.
Keeping
He's
the mojo
throwing the
going.
120 size, a 3-hooker. So what he's doing is he's trying to eliminate that small 20-inch fish, the 22 or 23-inch
Keeping the
fish,
mojo going.
and wanting to try to get that
Go up to a
monster.
bigger fish.
As he
I'll
said,
be
the
back for
Dino,
you.
the dinosaur, is what he's
I'm
looking
waiting for the... Pow! That's what I'm waiting for. Smag it. Smag it. Smag it.
Hey.
And that's how you know that that's a veteran redfish pro, because he's not worried about who's catching the most fish or if he's embarrassed that he's not catching them. He's throwing something totally different than Derek to target a bigger size fish, because now they have to cull. They don't have any more to their limit. They're full.
You're absolutely right. And we're not talking about 5 fish here, guys. We're only talking about 2, so he can start experimenting early.
All right. This is it, man. This is for 50,000 marbles. It's Championship Sunday. We're in contention. I think we went into today like a pound 12 out of the lead, so less than 2 pounds out of the lead. We rolled up to one of Ryan's favorite areas here and immediately started seeing bait. We saw the clarity we need. There's a light ripple, which is great. and mullet are jumping. And we immediately sat down here, and Ryan caught one right away. I broke one off, I missed one, I had one ball at my swim bait, and then we just caught one about 4.5, and I just had another bite. So, I mean, yesterday at this time, we could not buy a bite here, so already things have changed, and already we're seeing good signs here. So our little pound 12 deficit, you know, we just we added to it with a 4+ pounder, but realistically, you know, we've got all day to do it, but we need like 15 pounds to have a sniff at 50K. And when we found this in practice, dude, we had an 8.5 and an 8 1/4. They're both 27.5-inch fish, and that's what we need today. So Captain Ryan said our best chance at 15, 16 pounds is right here. So we're kind of right on schedule, and we like what we see this morning.
Chris Zaldain, the Bassmaster Elite Series angler.
Got another solid play to go up on the north end. And I know that we could probably put 14 pounds in the boat up there. I really do. I mean, I think it could happen pretty easy. We didn't even touch it during the tournament days. But I just don't think that's going to get it done.
This looks too good, dude. This looks way good. We're on low water. This is a low water spot. We're targeting a ditch in the middle of this giant flat. There's like little sand spots in these ditches, and that's where they're hanging out. So we've got kind of a low incoming tide, and that's good for a spot like this. But the biggest thing is seeing that mullet activity and bait fish around.
Which we did not see yesterday morning at all.
No. So it's kind of like a new day, it's like a new fresh look on this big flat right here. Get them, dude.
I kept telling Chris all day yesterday, I kept saying, hey, I need to hear you say that, oh gosh.
That's me.
Oh gosh. That's when I know. When I get an oh gosh from him, that's when I know.
Dude, they smoke it so good. This is so much fun. Just a kind of a medium fast retrieve on this swim bait. Just enough to get the paddle moving, the tail moving on it. You're keeping it up like a foot from the surface. We're fishing about 1.8 to 2.2 feet of water. And they absolutely throttle it, man. I don't think there's a single bass bite that that feels like this. It's unreal.
Rickard and Zaldain had 14.5 on day one, backed it up with
not a bad way to spend a Sunday morning.
11.5 day two.
I agree.
That's the biggest thing with our leaders, Travis Land and Nikki Savoie, consistency, 13 and change, and then 14.5. Every team this week that has caught over 15 pounds, which is a great bag, they've backed it up with less than 11 on their other day of competition, and that speaks volumes for Zaldain and Rickard as well, only having 11 and change yesterday.
And this is one of those teams, Vann and Barlow. They had a big day. They were 1 or 2 ounces out of first place on day one and only weighed in, I guess, 9 or 10 yesterday.
All right, we're in our spot, same spot we've been the last 3 days. Super calm. Water's dropped out about 6 inches. It's gonna be a little harder to move around in here. More fish actually in the bayous than in the ponds today because the water's dropped out. But we have about 2.5 hours of falling tide, then the tide starts coming back in. We saw a lot of fish on the outside, which we hadn't seen the last couple days. And there's a bunch here, but they're not really eating yet.
We're a little before the major.
Yeah, we're a little before the major. So once the major hits, they're gonna start eating better. Like I said, there's a school up in front of us coming across the main bayou right there. Big school.
Big school.
We don't know which way they're going yet, if we can get to them, but that's a big school. Gilbert, I don't know if you can see that. Right on the edge, birds are on them. We have not seen a school come into the bayou. Now this little lake has had schools up and down it the whole time. And yesterday we couldn't get to them because there was a kayak in there. They're going right across the middle. We call this the four-way, and they're going right across the middle of the four-way right now. That was a big old fish right next to the boat. Sitting there talking and not casting, but I don't cast that much. That's Glenn's job. Like I said, big school in front of us, but we cannot tell yet which way they're going. They're kind of just sitting in the bayou. About 100 yards in front of us.
Just can't push them too much.
Yeah, we got to go really slow today. We cannot. These fish are going to be super spooky with this extra low tide. We just waked the fish right in front of us too here, Glenn. To get to these fish, we have to go over a very shallow hump. And I'm not even sure if we're going to make it over that hump. Yeah, no, there's fish right here amongst us. That's a big old school of fish. Look at that one going away. Can you get him?
I saw him wait.
Didn't quite make it there. Oop, they turned around. They're going back in the pond.
They're right there on that little edge right there.
Yeah.
But this is that real.
That team of Vann and Barlow are day one. They were in second place by 1 ounce, like you say, Captain Rick, and they've got something different going on. They're the only team, Tommy, this week that we've seen really with tailing fish, visibly looking at fish, exposing themselves because they're feeding, and then they're able to make precise casts, really efficient this week.
You know, on day one, they also had a double header of two really big fish, the two fish that they actually weighed in. And what they're doing here, Ronnie, is they actually are using a traditional popping cork, turning it around backwards so that it doesn't pop. It's more water dynamic, so it doesn't make any noise, but they're using it to float a rattle trap, a lipless crankbait, a bait that just sitting there in the depth of water that not is on the bottom, but not on the surface, not to get in the grass. And the key is they're waiting for those fish to see that silhouette as they approach this rattle trap. They don't hardly even work it, and the great part is that the silhouette is similar to some bait fish that those fish are probably eating.
Well, for Vann and Barlow, yesterday was their tough day. That wind obviously ticked up on the whole body of water, but it really hurt their shallow water presentation. As we bring it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, Ronnie Moore here with Captain Rick Murphy, and you have that right there. You have that popping cork and you have that lipless. So show us a visual of what they're doing, because we're not used to seeing bobbers or popping corks in bass fishing, but this is a way to suspend their bait, not give it any extra action, but keep it in that strike zone.
Ronnie, let's be realistic. I'm not used to seeing this either. In 40 years of red fishing, I have never heard of this. Really a cool technique. So essentially what they've done is they've tied this on, and so instead of the popping cork being in play, they turn it around so that it doesn't make any noise, but then they're running the leader through the cork here itself, and they're using it just to essentially float this off of the bottom. And the rattle trap makes its noise as the fish approach. They just barely wiggle it. The key is that it's the silhouette of some bait fish that they're probably feeding on. And the good part is this is in the middle of the water column. It's not on the surface and it's not on the bottom, and the treble hooks aren't in the grass.
That's the biggest thing, because we're not seeing fish necessarily on the bottom. Those fish are in very shallow water, but they're in the middle of the water column. When we see them tail, that is because they're actually going down and eating something off the bottom. So that keeps it from getting hung up, but it keeps it right near those redfish's mouths.
And if you notice, what they're doing is those birds are keying in on the fish because the fish are marching through the ponds. They're in search of schools of these. So essentially, these guys are throwing this 6 to 10 feet out in front of the school, recognizing what direction they're going, right or left, or a straight on shot, allowing the fish to swim into the presence of the lure, and then it's on.
Well, and they're the only team doing that, but a couple of our other teams and their top lures this week, those guys that are out on the flats, out on those main deals, they're winding baits. These guys are making efficient, maybe making half or a quarter of the cast everyone else is, but they're catching just as good a size fish. But everyone who's out on the flats that we're seeing catching them on a chatterbait, on a swim bait, they're throwing these deals and just covering a lot of water, hoping to get in front of people. But today with the calmer conditions, will we see stuff like the Berkeley gulp, those shrimp, those maybe bottom baits when you can sight fish those fish? Will that come into play today?
I think it will. I think what you're going to have is Este is using this exact thing, the ripple mullet on a jig head. He's throwing it as far as he can. He's bouncing it through the holes. The same thing, Patrick is actually swimming it a little bit faster, I noticed, than Este. But the key is that these guys are covering ground while they're waiting on the sun to get up when the sight fishing is going to become a bigger part of the play.
Vann and Barlow showing us something new and improved on day number one, and yesterday as well. They're looking at getting to their fish right now. Got a little hump to get over, but our day one leaders are certainly in the mix here, and we will be right back to Southeast Texas.
You're watching the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship, presented by Skeeter Boats.
Great to have you with us for this first ever live red fishing experience. And to top it off, it's great competition between super anglers in this category and also from the bass fishing category. In some cases teamed up. That's the case in this team we're going to right now. Matt McCabe from Louisiana, Trey Zaldain fishes at Bassmaster Opens. Trey Zaldain already putting a good keeper in the boat.
Reruns. He said,
Dude, now his kids
do it all, yeah.
or both of them.
Yeah, Bendy.
Bendy or, yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Trey, there's something going on out here.
That's fine. We're just gonna float.
Yeah.
If it comes to it. That's one. There we go. This big one. Feels big. It's wrapping me. Wrapping up at my line. He's coming towards us now. Coming fast.
What side's he on?
He doesn't know yet.
All right, you tell me.
He's coming to your side.
All right.
He's wrapping my line like a catfish. That drives me nuts. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm just gonna yank on him. Hopefully he doesn't come off. Here he comes. He's coming back. 1 second. Two.
Go Trey.
Two in the box. Let me grab him. Not as big. I don't think as Trey. Hey now, you just hang out here. I'll get you undressed.
She's got the cadence of that chatterbait down, Tommy.
Oh, man.
Get that chatterbait out. Gosh, it's in there. Keep hooking them in that cheek. Two. Pass him over. Look at this guy.
There you go. There it is. You got two in the well. Happy days.
The other one was a bit bigger.
All right, everybody moving on up that we've been visiting with, including this team right here, sitting on top of our standings. 32 total
I'm gonna see
pounds
if I can
over
make the
2
cast.
days
Get
plus.
Get him. Right there. Just past him. I bombed him. It's okay.
I see him. I see him.
See him streaking?
Yep. He's behind it. He's got it.
Good.
It's textbook right there, man.
Yep.
Look at all the fish spooking out, Tommy.
Good job, bub.
Woo! Pulling.
That might be a good one, dude.
Might be.
Oh, he's pulling some drag. It's a good sign.
Yep. Don't put him down. Let him run.
Huh? Well, that
So you notice what he's doing there, Tommy, is he's got a light drag, but as he pumps the rod up and wants to add additional pressure, he's using that thumb and lightly putting it on the spool of the bait caster. It's a lot easier to move your thumb or reverse, just take your thumb off the spool than to physically back off the star part of the drag, the star knob.
Gotta be.
Keeps checking because you got to be careful that when you're pulling hard on a big fish that
Come
it
on,
doesn't
Bob. I don't wanna hear nothing about
bury,
that hurting
the
hand.
braid doesn't bury down into the spool.
No, it's so much fun.
And then he
That's what I'm
takes off
saying.
and breaks your 20-pound or 15-pound fluorocarbon leader.
Oh yeah, good fish, good fish. Good fish. Come on, baby. Get up in here. Get up in here. Get up in here. Give me some of that.
Hi.
Let's party, brother.
There you go.
Lucky charm.
That's a good
Lucky
fish. That's a
charm.
heavy fish, too.
That's
man.
a heavy fish right there, partner.
Unbelievable.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Just please don't be over.
He ain't over.
Oh, he choked that thing. I need pliers.
All right, let me help you out. You got a pair?
Yeah.
Already 2 for 10 in the boat. That should afford them an upgrade for sure. Catching some right-sized, stocky fish today. That's a good track to be on. Let's get over to our leaders to start the day, Land and Savoie.
Gotcha. We're on.
Missed it. Oh, that's a big one.
He's coming. Easy, easy, easy. Easy.
Eat it. He's on.
It's a little one, isn't
Yeah,
it?
that's a little one. Big one's over there.
Try not to let him hit the deck. Try not to let him hit the deck.
The big one missed that sucker.
You pulled it. I think you saw him swirling.
So our leaders to start the day are now on the board. That's a good sign right there. We were watching Vann and Barlow. Dwayne Vann, Thomas Barlow. Glenn Vann, excuse me. Thomas Barlow.
That other group's catching up.
Seeing a lot of them.
And there's another group back there.
Look at him pushing down the bank. Those little dimples that you see right there close to the boat, I think those are mullet.
Mullet, little flop,
try it.
mullet flops.
Mm-hmm.
Short.
Wow.
They're still on that bank.
I can't tell where the bulk of them went in the sun. Oh, there they are. Turned around on us. I think they no, they're going right there. See them?
Yep.
Tell me when. You ready?
Yep. I'm home.
Ooh. God, why are they not eating? I'm gonna get in front of that one fish.
Yeah.
Got him. Little one.
Little one.
They're right there, right there. See him? Right here, right here. I'm not even gonna bring mine in the boat. Wait till they get closer. So we're gonna leave this one sitting in the water because he's hooked good until this next school comes to us. And if he gets off, it can be the stupidest thing in the world. Hit him.
He said it, I didn't, Tommy.
Risk reward. That's what you're always weighing.
Well, I think that's just a bad decision because if he gets that fish off and puts him in the well, now he can get back to fishing. But right now, what's he gonna do? You can only have one working rod at a time. He should be throwing into there.
Oop, oop. Going that way. I can't actually tell where they're going. Right there, right there.
Man, that.
Don't move. If you got to, reel it, get your drone. Or wait for this,
I'm
just wait
good.
for this next group. My fish is fine. We'll leave him sitting here. No idea where they went. There they are.
Looks like Glenn's throwing a spoon.
See him? To the wakes?
I'm
get the other drone. Get your drone. Just quietly
done
get
with
your
this.
drone. Quietly. Oh, you made too much of a wake, Glenn. You gotta slow it down.
He's going for the rattle trap with the cork.
All right, the secret weapon. Huh?
Yes.
Well, now with the cork floating the rattle trap, what he has the ability to do is throw way out in front of them and let them swim into the presence of the lure instead of throwing the lure into the presence of the fish.
That's the original
It's going to be a
school, so
lot
coming
more
back
of a
at us.
stealthy approach, and it probably is going to work better in these
Mine's a
slick,
small
calm
fish,
conditions.
that's why I'm not bringing them in.
Because normally a lipless without a float sinks straight to the bottom. Depending on its weight, it may sink a little slower, but it's going to sink all the way to the bottom before they get there. Now this keeps it up off the bottom.
That's correct. And it won't have any grass on it because he's fishing with treble hooks. I don't know what Thomas Barlow is thinking here. We saw him do double headers twice on day number 1. See how he threw that way out in front. Now the cork is just sitting there silently.
Watch the school.
And the good part is he can reel towards him if the fish or the school starts coming towards the boat. Look at him tailing.
Like so.
Oh my gosh.
They're going to go right on the side of it. Some big tails in that one. You're going to have to reel it in.
Wow.
Something
Oh,
got him.
this might work.
Wow.
That mullet scared him. They're so mean. Yeah, reel it in and throw it back out. I can't tell which way the bulk of them went. A bunch of them went back that way. Yeah.
See, that's just the luck. Luck of the draw.
Yeah. I would just throw it straight towards that bank and see if you can come across them. That's ridiculous. The mullet scared him.
There you go.
Back there, see him? See the beat behind the boat? I just want to put this one on. I won't get on with it. They're going to come back. See, they're
Yeah.
Here,
Let's
we'll
just-
just net this one. Just do it quietly.
See, I know what he's thinking. They're in such shallow water that he's afraid to do all that moving around and turning on live well pumps and creating
and taking your eyes off of
that
them, too.
compression wave. That's right. Taking your eyes off of them is a great point too, Ronnie. But you know, when you move from the front to the back, you're going to create a compression wave simply from your body moving from, you know, A to B.
Not very big.
Oh, it is on today. They are biting. Maybe the understatement of the week. Man, oh man, for the team, Hudnall and Houston, up into double digits already with a 2-fish limit. Other teams on the move. Super fun to watch it. Prospect is it's only going to get better. This bite going throughout the day. Don't go away. We're going to take a quick break and we will be right back.
The Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup is brought to you by Skeeter Boats, Minn Kota, and by Lithium Pros.
It is on. It is Championship Sunday. The fish are biting. The redfish action has been fast and furious, and we're just really an hour into the fishing. Look at this from down back of the pack there, Houston and Hudnall. A great morning so far. Double digits in the live well. They've taken over the lead. The leaders to start, Landon Savoie. They're hanging in there in second place, not too far behind. Zaldain and all the rest. This is within the reach of so many of our teams here, including this team, which had the greatest day yesterday, Patrick Walters. Great fish there. Speaking of our leaders to start the day, one from Louisiana, cut off Louisiana, Nikki Savoie. Seguin, Texas, Travis Land.
Qualifiers from the Elite Redfish Series here in Louisiana and Texas. They won the Louisiana portion and finished the season out in Texas. Very confident and qualified here with Vann and Barlow.
Storm motor off? Turn on.
Good.
This will give him 2 if he can get it in the
I think
boat.
he's decent.
Here, one, it's pretty small, about a 3-pounder.
I can't tell nothing about him, bub. He's number 2, tell you that. Feel just like they were yesterday. So as long as we keep just kind of cruising down this edge real quiet, I think we can get it done. Beautiful fish, big old spots. Got a couple extra spots on that side. Look at that. Beautiful South Texas redfish.
Travis needs to show Derek how to grab them.
Yeah, right. might save him a digit or two.
Yes, sir. And that is going to hurt for days, I promise. I've done it myself too many times.
First look of the day at the team of from the bass world, Matt Herron, from the saltwater world, Chad Manning. Herron from Alabama, Manning from Florida.
You getting what?
Short struck, just.
Yeah, there's something hitting this little swimming bait, just knocking the piss out of it. Stop it. I ain't got it.
Chad, a multi-species expert. Blue marlin fishes, snook, trout.
That's a redfish right there. That's a good one. I watched him eat your bait, son.
That's a big one.
Constant pressure on that fish.
Listen to him scream the trash off, Tommy.
He was coming up to the boat till he saw how ugly you were. Hey, cuz, I'm gonna take that trolling motor and I'm gonna stow it. Okay? Here, I'm just gonna do it from right there. Because when he gets around this boat, he's gonna be looking for something to break us off on.
It's gonna be a while, I'll just tell you. Come on, baby.
All right, we're live.
Funny looking smallmouth I'm hooked up to. He got a small mouth with a bad attitude, boys. There goes another one right here, Chad.
I know it. Let's worry about
Need to put a waypoint down right here. Look at all of them pushing.
I got it.
Look at all of them. That's a little school of them.
Let's worry about the one.
I can't do. I'm not worried. I'm just exactly what you want me to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just trying to keep. Look at all of them, dude.
Yep. We're in the right area. This might be time to switch over to a little gulp on the bottom.
All right, Junior, come on. Come on. Chad, I may have to run at you.
That's okay.
Here he comes. He's coming back. He decided to come back this way.
He ain't made up his mind. He's going to change it 3 times.
Come on. If he'd stay up there and you do that old death wobble again, I'll fix to bring him to you. Here he comes. Well, you glide to me one more time, Junior. You coming to me. Get it out of your sister. Come on. Quit it. Quit it.
He had 9 pounds yesterday, 10 and
He may
change
be
first
too
day.
long.
Don't say that.
Huh?
No, he's
All
right
you
there.
ready? You just get ready. 'Cause if he comes at me again, I'm gonna bring him to you before he can blink his eyeballs.
Good communication amongst the 2 teammates there.
He had to have me a little skinny different this morning. You ready? Here
I'm
he
ready.
comes. Here he comes. Here he comes. Here he comes. God, so strong.
I need to have them long arms like that. That guy from Louisiana.
Hold on. He's going the other side. The boat swung on me. Here he comes. Here he comes.
Whew. I don't know if he is going to make 28 inches.
That's a little too long, I think.
I think it.
Huh?
Yeah. But we'll measure him.
Jesus, what a redfish.
There's our slot limit, 20 to 28 inches. He can't be longer than 28.
It's going to be close.
Ah, heck, that thing right there is an oak.
Come on, give a guy a break, right?
Yeah. He's almost 30 inches.
Oh, not gonna get there.
That's a good, healthy Texas redfish.
A lot of fun, but a lot of time expended on something that does not add to the bottom line for this team who needs some poundage in the live well today. Put themselves in the conversation for winning. That's what all of our 10 teams are after today. Put together something just a little bit ahead of everyone else and take all the money off the table. Houston and Hudnall in the lead right now, 32 pounds and 5 ounces. All these guys looking to maybe break 40 during the course of this day. Plenty more on the way. We'll be right back.
You're watching the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship, presented by Skeeter Boats.
Tomorrow on FS1, the Gavitt tip-off games begin as 2 elite conferences go head-to-head. First, number 11, Illinois faces Marquette. Then Providence takes on Wisconsin. Catch all the action tomorrow, starting at 7 Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. Live redfishing for you. Super competition from the Lone Star State of Texas and the place that bills itself as the fishing capital of Texas. And we know that's saying a lot as we take a look at Captain Rick Murphy at our Minn Kota Unlock the Lake.
You know, Tommy, certainly this part of Texas is a great place to grow a redfish. We're seeing guys coming up on schools. We're seeing guys fishing blind right now because of the low light. From Bird Islands all the way north to the Port O'Connor jetty, everywhere in between, we've got our team scattered throughout the whole region. And I want to tell you, these guys are really on it. I'm really impressed with how diverse our teams have shown us over the 3 days.
We love that on live fishing. That always lets us take in so much more information, make more calculations, and sort of handicap these guys in real time.
These guys are certainly fishing the furthest to the west in a marsh area, and they're really having to work a little harder because their water fell out yesterday. So they're skinnier water, and it's really going to be interesting to see if the fish get spooky.
Thomas Barlow on the right, Glenn Vann on the left.
We got a few fish in front of us.
Give you a unique view here.
There's a school back here in the back somewhere, but
our Skeeter Boats bird's eye view.
As it is today.
Look at that. You can see the boat is dragging, as well as the trolling motor is, you know, hitting the bottom. That's going to make some noise for them. That's going to make that a little bit harder to sneak up on these fish as they go along. Anytime that hits some shell, that propeller on the trolling motor hits some shell, it makes a little tick noise. So it's going to be harder for these guys to sneak up on these schools because their water fell about 6 inches from day 2 to day 3. Plenty of opportunity there, marsh-wise, for a place for a redfish to hide.
We expected. That's why we're taking it really, really slow. We can only go into this pond today about 50 yards. And if we see the school, we'll go in there 50 yards and we'll sit there and wait for them to come to us.
Over there. There they are.
Where?
Big black spot straight off of the point towards that.
Yeah, I see him. I see him.
That's them.
Oh no, no. There's one out there by that pelican as well.
Yeah, there's one halfway.
And there's one halfway to the pelican,
like in line with the island. Man, I am having a bad day.
I'm gonna break that rod in half in a minute. Ooh, look at this one. Get there, get there, get there. Yeah, just pushing a big one. We were being so quiet. Oh, this is a different school right here. Look, straight up. Different school. Coming for us. The biggest problem we have today, guys, is we're not gonna be able to get in. There's another one right there, Glenn, waking. we've had so many refusals this morning already.
That 6-inch drop could be a problem for them because
they just humped up.
Again, this trolling motor as well as the boat itself is making
I see
that
individual fish off
the compression wave
Yeah,
that
that's
boat.
two
The
big
shallower
groups
the
out there in the
water
middle.
gets, the more of a wave
Don't know how far we can get to them.
is
If I
going to be
remember correctly,
created,
we had
and
to
then
go
that's
to the
going to
duck line and to the
obviously
left of the duck line,
make it a lot harder to sneak up on the fish. They feel that, Tommy.
That's a big school coming at us. I think that's our big school from the other day. I don't know if y'all can see that. Way out there, Gilbert. Coming across the lake. Once again, this is happy feet, quiet feet.
Boy, they're getting a good look at the candy store, but the problem is getting inside.
Yeah, exactly.
Getting a first look today at our day one leaders, Ricky Board, Mark Menendez. Menendez hooked up.
Peanut?
I think. I ain't got a good, I don't know if he's a keeper or not.
He might make 20.
It's all right. Got to start somewhere, Mark.
In this tournament, all fish have to be within the
Get
Texas
in there.
slot limit,
Open up.
20 to 28 inches.
They've switched it up. He was throwing a Strike King crawdad of some sort on a jig head back in those land cuts. Those real shallow land cuts. I don't know if the water maybe is not in there right now, but he's throwing a spoon with a piece of fish bites, a fish bites trailer, which is a scented sponge essentially that will give that spoon some scent.
Pull a little dog.
Nope.
19. Didn't make it.
Didn't make it. Back over to Herron and Manning.
Water, they can see you a long way and they'll short strike you, and it got him.
I stuck that one.
What we got going on? Bigger? It's a cool one, ain't it? Going to fetch a pole. That's a kipper.
Yep.
Didn't take us but 7 days. We finally found some.
Yeah.
Well, it's crazy. We've been here the whole time. We fished around them. We just ain't run into them.
No, and that's, they've literally been a step ahead of us the whole time.
We found them in practice. And where you want me to go, buddy?
This fish is real similar in size that we've been catching, you know, that 4 to 5 pound range. I'm just gonna sit here and pick through these guys. Put us on the board's all we can do.
Good look at the terrain. Beautiful grass with a lot of white sand potholes.
Yeah,
those redfish love to lay in those potholes and let something ambush them, or you know, something swim over the hole so they can ambush it.
So my partner caught an oversized fish, and we just sat still and let him settle down.
Keep staying still. Here you go, buddy.
And
that's all right, there's my rod behind you.
And it paid off. We just sat still, let everything settle back down. I literally trolling motored 20 feet, missed a fish, stopped, relaxed, made another couple of casts and hooked that fish. I mean, he's a solid keeper, but I mean, today for us to have any chance of winning, we need to come in with 2 28-inch fish. But that's a start.
A lot of guys throwing spoons early, search baits because of the low light situations, Tommy.
Make a move right now. Team we just left there. Now on the board, the best look. They've had 2 solid days, especially day number 1. Chris Zaldain, Ryan Rickard.
Get him. Oh, dude, that's him, bro.
That's a good fish.
Yes.
Trolling motor up.
Get him, Captain Ryan. Yes, sir. I got you on that.
Oh, this is a good one, bro.
Look how lightly Chris is walking in the boat.
Baby. Stay
Dude, this
on.
is the zone.
Stay on.
It's different
This is
when
a
it's
good fish, bro.
slick calm. Everybody's trying to be quiet, not make a lot of disturbance.
Come on,
Don't
baby.
want
Stay
to
on for me.
Spot, dude.
spook
Stay
all
on
of the
for me.
fish off the flat.
Yep.
Stay on for me, baby. Stay on for me. We need this, dude.
Yeah, we do.
We need this bad. This is a freaking stud.
He's just moving, dude. He's not even
stud,
shaking.
dude.
He's just like, he's just going.
Oh my God, bro, that's a freaking stud.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I saw him. Yeah, I saw him.
Oh my gosh, that's a good
bro,
one.
That's a freaking tank,
That
dude.
is a good one.
If I say lift the power poles.
So, yeah.
Put the motor up. Put the motor up. The actual motor.
Oh my gosh.
Come on, baby, get to me. Come on, baby, get to me. Come on, baby.
See that little wave, Tommy, out there? Just
He's
out
good.
from where
He's
that
hooked,
fish
bro.
was. That's them moving in the
Oh
boat.
my
That
God, he's a
compression
wide
wave
bro.
We need
can
this
really set off the flat. That's why you see these guys walking so gingerly in the boat.
Spot. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
some
dude,
head
please
shakers.
fit. Please get in this net and please fit. Please get in this net and please fit. Oh my God,
How
come
big,
on.
dude? Is it 7? I hope.
He told me this morning he
Come
had
on, baby.
some 8.5
6?
pounders.
He's at least 6, I think.
Freak, that fish is way better
On
than
this
6,
flat.
bro. Way better than 6. I'm about to get an arm cramp right here. Come on, come on, come on.
Come on.
I just head up.
Come on. Bring it.
Come on, baby. Oh, come on, baby. Please fit. Please fit.
Needed, bud.
Please fit.
That's a freaking tank.
Please
Rickard
fit.
said,
You're
please
good.
fit. He's not talking
You're
about
good.
fit in the net. He's talking about fit under 28 inches.
You're good, dude. Oh,
Please fit.
is he bleeding? He's kind of bleeding.
Don't worry about that.
Ryan Rickard's 17 second places, never won a major. Means a lot to him.
Okay, ready? Nice red.
I got him, bro.
All right.
Similar conditions, day one,
is
they caught the
freaking
most, and
absolute
they had one of the top
Please
weights.
fit,
That's a
dude.
good one. We're good.
Unfold that. Unfold this.
Put it on the board, guys. I don't know about you guys, but I'm on the edge
The
of my
suspense is killing us here.
seat.
Do it.
All day, bro.
Yes.
All freaking day.
How
All
big?
freaking day.
7.
How big, dude?
Uh-oh. Let's
How
do
big?
this quick. Let's do this quick right here.
How big? 8?
You want to know?
8? Tell me it's 8. 7?
It's 8 1/4.
Oh, it's 8 pounds.
8 1/4, bro. Come on. Yeah. Come on.
That's what we need. One more, dude. All day. All freaking day. We got all day. Yes. Yes. Dude, that's 2 bites.
The Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup is brought to you by Yamaha, Humminbird, and by Power Pole.
It's live fishing, red fishing action. Championship Sunday in the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship. And right now, new leader on top of the leaderboard, Ryan Rickard, Chris Zaldain. Houston and Hudnall zoomed up there in the first place, but let's see how they got there. Our new leaders, this is pretty incredible fish catch coming up right here. From a place that has been productive.
Bring it.
Come on, baby. Oh, come on, baby. Please fit. Please
That's what
fit.
we needed, bud.
Please fit.
That's a freaking tank.
Please fit.
You're good.
Please fit.
You're good, dude. Oh,
Please fit.
shoot. Is he bleeding? He's kind of bleeding.
Don't worry about that. Please fit, baby. Please fit.
Okay, ready? Nice red.
I got him, bro.
Yes.
This is freaking absolute.
That's huge, dude.
Tank. Please sit, dude.
That's a good one.
Here, put
We're
this
good.
up here.
We're good. We're good.
Unfold that. Unfold this. Get that perfect picture. And that. All day, bro.
Yes.
All freaking day.
How big?
All freaking day.
7? How big, dude?
Uh-oh. Let's
How
do
big?
this quick. Let's do this quick right here.
How big? 8?
You want to know?
8. Tell me it's 8. 7?
It's 8 1/4.
Oh, it's 8 pounds.
8 1/4, bro. Come on. Yeah. Come on.
That's what we need. One more, dude. All day. All freaking day. We got all day.
Come on.
Yes. Yes. Dude, that's 2 bites right there, bro.
Hey, that fish could have went another 1 1/4 inches.
That's a 10-pounder.
Bro, come on, bro.
Oh my gosh.
Chris, one more of those, dude. One more of those.
That pumps me up.
We got
man.
a freaking chance.
That pumps me up.
Oh, that's it, baby.
Yes. We got all day, dude.
This right here
Those
is what we
waypoints.
patterned late in the day on Tuesday.
Oh my gosh.
And the conditions are exactly what we had late when we figured them out.
Oh my Lord, dude.
Oh man, I got an arm cramp. I gotta freaking start lifting weights. Girl!
One more of those, dude, and we have a chance.
Come on, baby. Hey, I'm gonna have to watch him for a minute, bro. He's
Yep.
wanting to kind of roll. Just
Do
give
it.
me a second with this fish.
It was bleeding, but I think it was just in its cheek. It wasn't.
Dude, I am so
On fire, without a doubt. Our new leaders, Zaldain and Rickard. Enjoying the moment for sure, and knowing that they've got plenty more potential on the way. Biggest move earlier in the day, before they went to work right there, was this team right here, Ron Houston and Derek Hudnall. Now they're in second.
One of their 2 fish is small, Tommy, so
I hear you, bub.
they got room to grow here.
Got him. Got him. Gosh, I just spooked something out right there.
The thing is, I got this grass in here.
Yeah, man.
Maybe it's going away now. Maybe it's on the edge of that point.
It's floating grass. I've been fishing Lake Gunnersville, man. There's so much eel grass. Got him. Fish.
Man, what a beautiful day the guys got.
I got him.
Oh, they paid for it yesterday, but man, they're getting rewarded today.
I mean, he's a keeper, but he ain't. Hand me that net. I'll get him. You keep fishing. Another keeper, but he ain't. Look at him. Look at this. You know this fish has been feeding. It's got that bright blue tail on it. I'm a net man too.
Nice stocky fish, just not long enough. For sure, Derek's got that chatterbait working with the...
Where'd you put them pliers at, Ron? Did you put them up? Right here. He is right.
With a paddle tail trailer.
Thank you, sir.
Another look at the landing here, give you a sense of the size of this fish, and you just saw the one caught by Rickard and Zaldain. 8 1/4 might be the biggest one we've seen so far, right?
Yeah, it'll be pushing that. We've seen some that have barely been below that 28-inch mark, and that fish still had 3/4 of an inch to spare to be inside that slot.
Could be around the right ones.
Yes, sir. It would really make it interesting to see one of these lower teams catch 2 that are right on the line. It could really make it fun.
Going to be essential for some of them to do that if they're going to challenge for the win today.
As we started the day, the top 5 separated by just 3 pounds, 10 ounces. And that's the crazy thing is that's 2 fish, so it's hard to make up a margin, But man, the difference between an 8 1/4, a fish that we haven't seen this week, and just a 7-pounder, that is huge.
The other thing we all got to keep in mind is if you look to the left of Nicky there's another boat in play. I don't know if that's one of our camera boats or it is a beautiful day in Texas, and it could be some recreational anglers, guys that are out fishing on the weekend, could be part of some of the equation of some of these teams. So that's always something to consider too. Vann and Barlow's
burn. Look at that.
Still
That
fishing.
school's gonna go blazing. Same boat from yesterday.
About the same time, too.
Look at them, how far they pushed that school.
We're live.
We had a big school back there we couldn't get to, and it just got run over by a mud boat. So
Try to see
we're
where
gonna go back down the bayou and
see what direction that school went.
See where this mud boat's gonna go, because we don't know what ponds he's gonna go through, and there's no sense in us going to any of those ponds.
So what a mud boat is, Ronnie, is a go devil essentially on
Yesterday,
a big
the same
John
mud boat cut down all these lakes here, so we don't know if he's gonna. If he runs this main channel, we're just gonna get up on plane and leave.
Often seen in the Atchafalaya Basin and the Red River, places like that in Louisiana and Texas.
Right.
Non-accessible with bass boats or bay boats, inshore boats.
And in flooded duck hunting timber near you, no matter where you are.
Exactly.
Right.
We did hear them blast a few ducks earlier, so they looks like they had a pretty good day of duck hunting this morning.
And maybe with a little luck, that guy's already got his limit of ducks and he's going home.
Could be.
Mama's got him going to a baby shower at 2.
He's gonna burn past both these two boats.
That sounds strangely like reality there, doesn't it?
One of these is
I think we've all felt that pain
own
before.
boat.
And one of them's
And
our
one of
camera,
our camera boat.
Still footage.
What a view.
They certainly
Yeah,
have
he's
a
gonna
beautiful
run.
morning.
No, he's going out Rincon. He's not coming this way.
Barlow and Vann are around him. There is no denying that. It's just
Hunting and looking.
being
Few
stealthy
fish in this
enough, being
bayou.
able to get where they need to get.
Big school back there, lake behind us, but they may be done for the day. Okay, this is where that fish was earlier, Glenn. On this corner. Hey, that school's in the main lake, Glenn. Right in the middle of it.
Right in the middle of it? Yep.
Yeah. Oh, here's one. Can't tell where that fish went. He blew up right there.
I'd check up in that little ditch there too if that fish swam across a while ago.
Yeah. Get the mouth of it. Here, rod up. You don't see him? Nope.
No, I see trees.
Captain Rick, we have seen a lot today. Can you point to one thing?
Oh, a lot of big fish have been being caught. Here's a great example through the Power Pole replay of the day. Ryan Rickard told me that he had some 8.5-pounders in his pre-fishing on this flat, and here's an 8 1/4 coming to the net. That is really gonna boost their confidence in a monstrous way, and they are only one bite away from potentially winning $50,000. And that's why They are right now the power pole replay of the day.
And it's not, for this duo, it's not even about the top cash prize of $50,000. It's more so getting that major victory for Ryan Rickard. You mentioned it, 17 second place finishes in these big events. Chris Zaldain over the last 3 years has 5 or 6 second places on the Bassmaster Elite Series. This would be a cool story for these two motivated anglers.
They are motivated, that is for sure. Their enthusiasm, their intensity, and that's true for every one of our 10 teams out here today. We have so much more to show you. It's a long way to the finish line from here. We'll be right back.
You're watching the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship, presented by Skeeter Boats.
Still haven't even come close to the halfway point of Championship Sunday today on the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship, coming to you live from Port Aransas, Texas, and all of the connected, all these different environments, so many different approaches. That's the kind of stuff we love. We get to see so many ways to get the job done, but who's getting it done right now? Well, it's going to take you to them right now. In the last 15 minutes, they have been our leaders on the strength of an 8 1/4 pounder. They're just put in the boat, Ryan Rickard and Chris Zaldain.
I don't know, Chris.
Looks like he's V-waking a swim bait of some sort, you know?
That was a freaking good one right there.
Oh,
there he is. There he is.
Oh my gosh.
There we go. There we go. That's him, buddy. That's him. That's him.
Oh my gosh,
That's
dude,
him.
smoke that
That's
weight
him.
bait.
That's him.
Stay on there.
Look at all these big V-wakes.
Stay
Look at all
on
these big
there,
wakes.
dude.
We
I
need
got
this.
troubles on this one, man.
We need this so bad
Look
right
at all
here.
these wakes.
We need so bad right here.
Oh my gosh. Oh. Did we go in after him?
No,
No, we can't.
Dude, I'm scared.
Unless he stays still, I mean, we'll go after him unless he, I mean, he's buried, dude. That's a good one, too. Ooh, crushed that freaking weight bait. Dude, I was tied on the Were you really? Yeah.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Look at all these big V-wakes, dude. There's
I know, there
freaking
was
fish
one right
everywhere.
here, too.
We're going to have one chance with these trebles on this, bro. One chance to get this fish on these trebles.
What do we got here? Oh, gosh, look at the tail on it. He's wrapped, so we're good. We're good. Oh. Take my time. This is the first time on treble hooks this week.
I can't tell how good he is. I can't tell how good he is unless he's just...
He's wrapped.
I haven't gotten a good look at him.
Oh, gosh.
He's good. That tail's pretty good.
Oh.
He's pretty good. He's not 8, but he's pretty good.
I'm gonna horse him. Now, I'm bringing him. Here he comes, right here. Yep, it's a coal, for sure.
Definitely a coal. I'm gonna say he's in the 7-pound class right there.
6.
Got him. Maybe 6.
Dude, on top water, that was awesome. Little wake bait. Ooh, crushed it. And there's more up there too.
You want me to try to hold his face while you get that?
Yep.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Hold on, bro.
I got the pliers up here.
Got it.
Yeah, he's not 7. He's not close to 7.
He's probably 5.5.
Pretty fat.
It's 5.5. It's all right, it's an upgrade.
That was sick.
Pound and a half upgrade for them. They had a 4-pounder and an 8 1/4.
So they're 13 and a half or 13 3/4 pounds. And what time is it?
2 hours and change into their day. That's how little they fished.
You think they can breathe now? A little confidence?
That was a freaking good one right there.
Oh my!
There he is. There he is.
Oh my gosh!
There we go. There we go. That's him, buddy. That's him. That's him.
Oh! Here he comes, right here. Yep, it's a coal, for sure.
Definitely a coal. I'm gonna say he's in the 7-pound class right there.
6.
Got him. Not close to 7.
He's probably 5.5.
It's 5.5.
Oh, that's fun right there.
You know, Tommy, what I love about bass fishermen and red fishermen, what they have in common is every bite on a bass world's a biggin, and every redfish bite is that's it.
Yeah,
exactly.
They always tend to shed a few pounds the closer they get to the boat. But that's, you know, that's human nature. That's optimism in action right there.
There was 6 or 7 you bumped out right there as soon as you hooked up, dude.
So I went to a wake bait. It got so slick, calm. I've been thinking about it all morning, but Captain Rickard said, dude, put that topwater on. As soon as we did, that was like my first or second cast in there. Caught a nice one, it's over 5 pounds. And as that fish was fighting, one spooked to the right, 2 or 3 spooked to the left.
Good bumps.
And this is like the exact stretch of waypoints. You know, when we initially found these fish on Tuesday.
Yeah.
It was game on. We caught 8.5s here, you know, 27 7/8 inch fish, and that's what it's going to take. We have one of those in the box. We're halfway there, less than halfway through the day.
Right there, eat, right there. Coming into the left of you. Good cast, dude. Come on, turn on that thing. Turn on that thing. Look at him bumping out to the left.
Yeah.
Holy frick, a bunch of them.
Yep. And this is like the shallower side of our ditch right here. It kind of turns into sand and it gets real shallow.
Oh my God, another one bumped out right here. Look at this, this new one bumped out.
I see it. See how they pull hard left? They go into the ditch.
Here they go, whole school of them. Look.
Oh my gosh. Go, cast. Come on, baby. Dude, they're waking, dude.
Look at them all.
Gosh, there are so many. Look at that wake. We pull down?
I'm scared to do it and spook them.
Oh my gosh, dude. And they go right into the channel.
That was a ton of fish right there, bro.
And that's where you sat down the other day.
Right here. Right here.
Right here. Gosh, dude, look at them.
Come on, baby. One of y'all screw up and eat.
Oh my gosh, dude. It's gonna happen.
There's a lot of fish here on this flat today.
Yep. Let's just stay right here and let them come back in. You know what's funny? This is exactly where, where that local boat stopped. They'd stopped exactly right here too.
Yeah, I know. Gosh, there was a lot of fish right there.
Where's my popping cork?
Don't you dare put that thing on. Freaking spook every fish off this flat that exists. Dude, that might have been at least 15 or so fish right there.
That was rad,
An entire group.
Well, that's your new leaders right now. New as in minted 20 minutes ago. Right before that, it was this team right here, Houston and Hudnall. Different sort of setup, different sort of situation. It's great to see all these different approaches today.
What you got in that can, bro? What you got in that can? All right, hang on. He's coming. He's coming after my spoon. He's coming. Well, there he is. Got him. There's a school out there. I saw him hump up. It's a good fish. It's a good fish right here, bub. There's a school out there. You want me to throw at him? Throw. It's a school. I saw all the tails. As long as I keep pressure on him. This is a big fish. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, Junior. I saw them out there, man.
You seen them. Come on. All the time in the world. Let me get out your way.
It's a horse here.
Got it.
I'm keeping them eyes open, man. Them fish move out. Spoon. Old Faithful.
Yeah, the spoon feed him. There you go. All day.
Yeah.
Take your time.
You're all week.
It's a fat fish here, bub.
Ooh, that's gonna be fun culling. Not a beam or a scale.
Coming to the left, boss.
Gotcha. I'll go wherever you need me.
Fat fish. It's old fatty right here. Oh yeah, bub. If he measures,
Dude,
Please measure. That's a heavy fish right there, buddy. Please measure.
I don't know. That's Tankosaurus Rex.
I think he's gonna be over.
I don't want to see.
Tankosaurus Rex.
There's I saw a school of them out there.
He was asking for the dino earlier. He got it.
Yeah. I don't know. He's short though.
Measure, baby. Measure, baby.
These guys could use a little luck.
Okay, now here's the deal here.
Here we go, Tommy. This is what we've been waiting on for 3 days.
Perfect
Perfect pinch tool is going into effect.
The final word. I think
Gonna push it to 27.5 inches.
Come on. He's a keeper.
Oh, absolutely.
Perfect.
That's a
perfect
you gotta
fish.
Understand something here.
I understand.
Hey, we're not done. You got to understand something. See how short he is of the line?
Yep.
You got that on camera?
He's an 1/8 of an inch.
Okay. If this fish expands and we're culling that one, I'm here to try to win. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
I'll get that other
We're
fish.
here to try to win. If this fish expands, we in some big trouble.
He ain't gonna expand. That fish is 1/8 of an inch short.
Put him in the well, Ronnie. Quit talking about it.
Let's get a weight first.
He's here to win, and that's the
7
biggest they've
3/4.
caught all week.
Now let me tell you guys something at home. When I started fishing this Redfish Cup, there was a guy in the studio commentating. It was Tommy Sanders. We got Rick Murphy in there.
Yeah.
This one's for you, Jose. I know you're looking up, watching us down here. This one's for Jose Wahebe.
Very nice.
He's always thinking
Now
about
let's pull
somebody
those two
else.
out.
It's one of his greatest traits. Ronnie, they're culling. What does that mean?
More movement up the leaderboard.
Hey, I'm here to win. He's under right now. He's here to, if he expands. All right.
Let me get the board. This one, definitely.
All right.
That one right there.
Okay.
Boom! Bam! Whoop.
Hey, man.
My man.
Like I said, I'm here to win. These guys have a tough day today.
That's right.
That 28 inch, I guarantee that's an 8.5, 9 pound fish right there.
Could we have a team? This duo only had 8 pounds, 6 ounces on day one. They had almost 14 yesterday. If they top that again today, they could be in the mix for sure after a terrible day one.
No doubt about it. We didn't get a weight on that one. I'd say 7.5, wouldn't you, Rick? Close to that?
At least 7 3/4, maybe 8.
Oh, the plot is thickening here in Port Aransas. Things are tightening up on Championship Sunday. We'll take a break and be right back.
You're watching the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship, presented by Skeeter Boats.
Hope you're having a great Sunday morning. We are having an exciting one here in the sport of red fishing. Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship, and this is Championship Sunday. 10 teams have been out there for the past 2 days, and now for 2.5 hours today, doing everything they can to put 2 great keepers in the boat. That's the limit. It has to be within the slot limit of 20 to 28 inches. So an 8-pounder, 9-pounder even, or something like that can be a game changer for any of these teams. We've got a good lead right now, though. Zaldain and Rickard. Check in with our day one leaders right now. Ricky Bort and Mark Menendez.
These guys ran to the north from
now is
the
5,000.
takeoff.
We fish for 100,000. The damn ratio and proportions identical. There we go. Little guy, little guy, little guy. I think. Don't worry about it, Rick. He ain't even turned yet. It's a little guy. It's got to be a little guy. Yeah, maybe not.
He just shook his head. He looked like a trout.
No, I don't know what it is. It's red. It's a keeper, I believe.
Yeah. Looks like a trout.
Is it a trout? No, it's got red on it.
Bring him to me. You see how I flipped him up there with the edge of that net?
Looked like them Chef Tail flipping my eggs over in the morning.
That was over easy.
Thank you.
That was over easy.
Thank you, sir.
Free, go.
Got it. On to the next. I don't think he'll measure. Might. They're in the dirt too.
Gotta be 20 inches long. If he makes it, he'll be a line bird.
In the old days, they called these boards the crying board.
Nope.
Right now, you're crying because he's not big enough.
Yeah.
Wow.
I got the 1 and 2, Zaldain, Rickard. First place, second place, Houston, Hudnall.
Pretty deep wake. I threw a swim bait over there and ate my swim bait off the hook.
Chris, come back here for me for a minute. Just so I
Up
don't start
there.
spitting. Sorry.
So Houston and Hudnall could take the lead if they upgrade that 5-pounder they have, right, Ronnie?
Yeah, they are on red track up to 12 pounds or so with just 2 fish. Zaldain and Rickard's total isn't quite updated yet since that
we
8
didn't like that.
quarter
Look at
that they
that.
put in
He
there.
freaking turned right
we'll
off
see
of
that
it.
in a minute.
I got this stupid trolling motor on. Oh.
Both guys, both teams fishing
here.
out of a
Another big
Skeeter
one right here.
Yamaha package.
Oh, he hit me.
Smoked.
We're gonna get another.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna get another 8+ pound fish.
Oh, yeah.
It's happening.
We're getting too many opportunities.
It's happening.
Move from our 1 and 2. Placeholders right there. Another team trying to put something big together and make it happen to move into the conversation for the championship today. Chad Manning and Matt Herron.
There's got to be another big redfish here.
They already had one earlier, probably 45 minutes to an hour ago, that was oversized.
Yeah.
We've seen more oversized fish this morning, guys, than
Did you put us on the tracker or
other
no?
2 days combined.
Yes.
And I would believe that part of that is certainly they're getting the weather.
We hooked up, boys, and that's a good one there. God, what a head shake. And the dial will go zing. You got eyes on him, Chad? I
Now
can't
let me
see.
get up and take a look at him.
He had a seriously strong head shake.
Not a cloud in the sky. Gonna really help them when the sun gets up to be able to sight fish these. It's setting up quite nicely, Tommy.
Come on, baby. Huh? Yeah, he won't come up. It's almost like that black drum I caught yesterday, but this one's running. And that drum didn't run, yes, that's a redfish. And a good one.
It's so
He
nice.
ain't that big.
So nice having the Bass
God, he's
pros.
pulling, dude.
Because the captains don't
he
have
ain't
to
gonna
worry
help.
about
I don't know, he
coaching
might.
through this
Oh,
process.
right. The mechanics of landing a fish.
I'm coming to you fast. Get him.
Yeah.
He might. I don't know.
He's under the chin. That's probably why we're fighting so funny.
Nah, he was in his mouth.
Huh?
That was in his gullet.
That's longer.
Here, get their tails even.
No, not pushing. This fish, I don't know, dude. Then we don't bring no scale. We're fishing the biggest we got right here. I think this fish is bigger. Yeah, do it down on the deck of the boat. That one's bigger for sure. Turn them loose and just let me see what's the body of. That fish is fatter.
Yep.
Huh?
Yep.
I don't think it's no matter one way or another.
Catch a bigger one and they won't have to worry about it.
That's right. Had to break up the twins in that particular incident right there. But that's what happens. That's part of the process here. Another part of our process is to go after some trivia. How about some 5-hour energy daily trivia? The question is, which New Orleans chef created a run on redfish that led to stiffer fishing regulations? Was it Paul Prudhomme, Emeril Lagasse, Justin Wilson, or Tony Chacheri? Think about that. Chew on that for a minute. We'll take a break and be right back.
You're watching the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship, presented by Skeeter Boats.
Everything all week has been pointing toward this day, Championship Sunday at the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship. 10 teams out there going at it hard. You got to make something happen on this final day. Conditions perfect. But right now, let's pay off our trivia question, our 5-hour energy daily trivia question, which was, which New Orleans chef created a run on redfish that led to stiffer fishing regulations? Was it A, Paul Prudhomme, B, Emeril Lagasse, C, Justin Wilson, or D, Tony Chacheri? Ronnie Moore, I'm going to put it to you first.
Tommy, I really never questioned who's made my food, is just as long as it's good, but I know 2 names on that list. I'm going to go with D, Tony Chacheri, but just because I know him better than the rest.
Rick?
I'm going to go with A, Paul Prudhomme.
I believe you're right. I'm going A as well. It was Paul Prudhomme. That's what we're saying. Yes, it was. Paul Prudhomme. This is more than a couple of decades ago. It became very famous for originating the fad for blackened redfish, which is admittedly very, very tasty.
Yeah, it absolutely is, but more importantly, you can blacken any fish and it's going to taste good.
It just happened to be redfish, so everyone wanted blackened redfish, which put extreme stress on the population. The fishing was off the charts.
Yes, and what happened is the fish were being commercially harvested everywhere. It didn't matter. Look at, here's a good example. Louisiana, it didn't matter if it was Mississippi and Florida, even on the outskirts of the national park, they were catching them and netting them. And it was, I mean, almost annihilated red fishing as the way we know it today.
That one incident we're looking at was where they were caught in the net. They couldn't get them up. A lot of fish died. It really brought the whole thing to a head. And a lot of anglers organizations lobbied to get the regulations
Coastal
changed.
Conservation was the leader in making sure that that didn't happen anymore.
And that's one probably big reason why the slot limit for this event is 20 to 28 inches. Even though we'd love to have the biggest possible redfish weighed in, that is to keep those bigger echelon fish healthy and not able to be taken out by, you know, recreational anglers just looking for, you know, maybe a meal.
Yeah.
I understand. They just told us from the truck that you just remembered Tony Chacheri's seasoning.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Teams 1 and 2, first place. Rickard Zaldain on the left.
But far casting.
Here goes another one right in front of me. Oh my God.
Captain Rick, I think Tony Chacheri blackened some cardboard for me, and I just thought it was delicious. Like you said, anything blackened is great.
You gotta be able to bomb it.
It starts with butter in a frying pan. How can that be bad?
It needs to be something super non-intrusive right now in this condition.
Yeah. Bet you they'd eat a spy bait. You know what that is?
No, sir. No, sir.
It's like,
Lay that right there.
Gosh, that's like the spy bait, the smallmouth juice when it's, look at that wake. When it's calm.
I can tell you, in most cases, most redfish have not seen a wake bait like this.
Right in front of me.
I'm really interested to see, could this be the next redfish craze? Because we know that chatterbait that Derek was using, as well as Trait, is going to change some tackle box looks. So is the wake bait going to pay off for these guys? I love the presentation. I'm wondering if it's not offensive a little bit. It is super slick, calm.
Yeah, that's true.
The conditions are perfect to make it work, but with the water being a little shallower today than it was yesterday, the fish could be a little spookier. A lot of our teams have talked about fish running, spooking from the boat when they're hooking up other fish. So is this wake bait too much for them? We saw him catch a small fish, but they need an 8-pounder.
Mm-hmm.
Both of these teams need an 8-pounder to really set the field.
You a little shocked to see one 3-pounder from both Land and Savoie and Walters and Este?
Yes.
At this point in the day?
I think Este's fish
that wake bait's really good in that super shallow
are
water,
moving
like
into that,
you know, 8
area
inches of water.
after the morning. Those fish may be maybe feeding up shallow somewhere where he doesn't know. And then what's happening in the afternoon, they're falling into this pothole area where he's fishing. And I don't think they've moved in there
we
yet.
fished yesterday. We got a school of fish here. We got a wad of fish right back here pushing. Right now, the biggest problem we have right now is light winds, and the trolling motor right now is they feel the pressure. Their backs are coming out the water right here in front of us. If you can see, right here, there's a little light ripple on the water. And if you keep your eyes focused on it, you're going to see every once in a while they'll come up and roll. They're just feeding on the surface. This is where you have to really be patient and just technical in the fact that just try to keep the noise to a minimum and try to just slowly come up on them where you can get in casting distance to be able to make that cast. And the good thing about this is it could be both of us cast and both of us hook up simultaneously. It's just patience. And then what happens is you can have a boat like this pass and work to your advantage. If he'd pass close, he'd push that fish this way. So, you know, it's just being patient and reading the water right now and seeing we have no ripples on the water and they're showing themselves. It's just, we got to get to them. But that's fishing. You know, just being patient. Again, I know we preached about being patient all week long, but that's where we at right now. The wind's gonna blow a little later, but right now, we're just targeting these fish that are showing themselves on the surface. So when you're in this situation, just be as stealthy as you can and just try to locate them and just slowly get to them. And be ready at all times because they can just pop up on you.
Dwayne Este and Patrick Walters, certainly as we just mentioned, behind schedule. Same schedule they've been on for the rest of the week. A slower day for them so far. Ditto for our team that started the day with the lead. Nikki Savoie, Travis Land.
We got 2 small ones in the well. We didn't get here till about 10 yesterday. That's when these fish really started to get up and move. Pretty tidal driven here. Our bite is going to be between, I hope, 10 and 1, just like it was yesterday. We had a couple of blow-ups this morning, missed a couple of good fish in that little creek. They're just a little bit spooky. It's not much wind today is the biggest difference for us. So we're just going to go down this edge like we did yesterday and try to make every fish count.
Tailing. To my right.
That black spot right there?
Yep, he's right. He just came up, he tailed right there.
Got him. That's a good fish.
There's a great example, fellas, of sight fishing and a team working together.
Hey, you show me to him, I'll catch him.
Hey, I'll show them to you. I want you to catch them all. So the update is fish tailing on the bank, which it's about that 30.
Watch them rods.
We just need to catch them. We're in the right area. We got some really good fish here. We just gotta get it going. The 5.
Here's the reach of an NFL tight end.
No, he was tailing Trav.
Was he?
Seriously?
So they're fishing a weighted worm hook of sorts.
I will.
With look like a 3-inch gulp shrimp. One is fishing a new penny color, the other one's fishing a white one. Scented bait, obviously.
All right, we got everybody striving as hard as they can. Maybe some of the guys are just now getting their conditions right for the approach they are using today. So many different approaches being employed here. So much talent out there on the water among our 10 teams. Zaldain and Rickard on top, Hudnall and Houston in second place. Subject to change, absolutely. We'll have more for you when we come back.
You're watching the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship, presented by Skeeter Boats.
Tomorrow on FS1, the Gavitt tip-off games begin as two elite conferences go head-to-head. First, number 11, Illinois faces Marquette, and Providence takes on Wisconsin. Catch all the action tomorrow starting at 7 Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. Right in the thick of it on Championship Sunday here. First ever Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup competition. Presented by Skeeter. This is the team with the lead after day number 2, Vann and Barlow. And I'm not going to beat around the bush. They're having a little slow start today.
Yeah.
Fish on. Power pull me down real quick.
I'm looking for the right remote.
Now these are the guys fishing a suspended lipless crankbait or rattle trap underneath a floating cork. Fishing school fish, that what's been their game plan all along, is to find the schools in the ponds.
They made the least amount of cast of any team this week, and they're still keeping pace weight-wise.
Net in the water, net in the water. I'll bring them to you.
With 25 miles an hour worth of wind, it shows why they fell down the leaderboard yesterday a little bit, but today they have the weather that could really help them.
Wait, move the net, move that. Good job, partner. I thought it was 2 fish, but it was just one. Here, hold that. He's a tank.
Tommy, he's calling him a tank. So.
It was a single, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I thought it was 2. That's why I said wait. There it goes.
Going for the measurement. Let's see.
That's the right fish there.
Going to be 20.
Just to be under 28, and that is, wow. Yeah.
Absolutely. 27.5 pinched.
Skinny.
8 pounds.
Not as built out as some we've seen that length today, but they're going to take it for sure.
Oh, he's right there. A little more water.
To the right of where I just kept.
I think you landed
Got
on
him.
him.
Says 1 fish for Landon Savoie, but we got the last update
I'm
before
glad my
commercial. They
partner
have a
came on
limit and they were
fire
culling.
today, baby.
So it's been fast and furious.
And hooked up again is Travis Land.
Keep it lit, baby.
Boy, Travis puts the heat on him when he gets them hooked.
Good fish?
Yes. Feels like that. I don't know, man.
Oh,
You've been
about the same?
You've been catching them all. No. He's better than that 4.5, I think.
They're just tailing on the bank?
I can just see the black spot. Here you go, Nick.
Oh, that's an upgrade. That's a good fish.
Inch by inch, baby. Inch by inch. Let's go. More coming down the bank.
5 1/4.
About a 3/4 of a pound upgrade.
So the team of Land and Savoie are leaders to start the day, starting to heat things up. Things are starting to be a little bit more active for them. And Captain Rick Murphy, welcome to you to our live coverage of this Redfish Cup. First ever is supremely entertaining. We're here in the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. And Captain Rick, all these guys are having to rethink their stealth today because it was blowing so hard yesterday. It's a different game plan today as far as stealth goes.
You're absolutely right. Certainly the weather on the last day, championship day, Tommy, what's going to happen is it's going to go south light. And guess what? That is going to play right into all 10 teams' hands. I think you're going to see a lot of fish that are going to be pushing that envelope. Some oversized, some right to the line. But we haven't had that in the first 2 days of this championship. But I'm going to tell you, the weather is going to be a big help to these guys today.
The best is yet to come.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm taking from
I'm
what
on
you're
the edge
saying.
of my seat because of it.
Back to our leaders to start the day. Land and Savoie, as we bring in Ronnie Moore at the screen of knowledge, let's put into perspective their differences, the most obvious difference.
They definitely have a dynamic, but it's been a great week in Port Aransas, Texas. We have pros from across the country, Florida, Louisiana, Texas, and then our Elite Series pros represented from Kentucky and Alabama, all coming here to compete. And they have one thing in common. They're all professional fish catchers. But before they were professional fish catchers, Nikki Savoie was actually a professional football catcher with the New Orleans Saints. The LSU product, went to the New Orleans Saints, got to play in the NFL, and then became a professional redfish angler as well. And the one big difference, he is great at visually seeing these these redfish because he is overwhelmingly bigger than his counterpart, Travis Land. And Travis mentioned that on the phone. I have a secret weapon. My teammate can see farther than anyone else, especially with no platforms this week. That's one thing different from the redfish anglers than other events. No platforms, everyone on the front deck of the boat, and obviously their height is working out for them well. And when they're not catching redfish together on the pro circuit, I think they're also causing havoc.
No, wait a minute.
I think they're referred to as Smokey and the Bandit. No, we obviously kid, but these two guys have been friends and competitors forever, and now they're making it. And I have a shot going into this final day as the leaders to win $50,000 for the Redfish Cup Championship.
Absolutely. Very, very friendly couple of guys as well. And here's the there's the look.
There's the
there's the look that kind of tells the whole story right there. Yes, the long and the short of it, as far as Texas redfishing goes.
Very nicely
Actually,
done,
Nikki Savoie
Tommy
from
Sanders,
cut off
nice.
Louisiana, right there on the intercoastal down in southwest Louisiana. Travis from Seguin, Texas, just outside San Antonio.
Hey, I got to meet Travis. He commented on our Bassmaster post a few weeks ago when we announced the Redfish Cup. Said, I'm very blessed to be a part of this. I can't wait. I messaged him on Facebook, got to call him, and now he is one of the factors and one of the leaders going to the final day. I got a little insight from him before the week.
Very nice. Very cool.
Get him. Yep. I hope those guys don't see that. No, they're gonna.
Look at all the fish and
How
fish.
big, dude.
Throw in there. They might create a frenzy.
Look how you can see
Drop my
just
rod
the
once we see it.
subtlest little dimple from a mullet, from a redfish, from a trout, from a flounder. The slick, calm conditions are going to really allow our teams to be around fish, but it also
Same
could
class.
create some spooky situations.
Those guys are gonna push right towards us.
I'm gonna ask him to stay off
Yeah,
of me. I'm
yeah.
going to.
It's the same class fish.
Go ahead. Go ahead, I got you.
Looks like the guys have some recreational anglers that may be thinking about moving in there and trying to get a fish out of that school. Thought I heard Chris talking about that.
Mm-hmm. This is a popular area.
Well, look at the weather too. Everybody's going to be out on the water today. It'll be interesting to see if it affects some of our top teams or any of our teams having to share a flat with the recreational anglers.
I don't know if that one's going to help.
I don't think so. They already have an 8 1/4 plus another one in the well.
Oh my gosh, look at that up there, dude. Holy cow. There's so many up there. There's so many up there.
Mag draft.
How's it feel like?
Gosh. Oh my gosh.
It's a little better fish.
I think I heard Chris Zaldain say mag draft, which means he is throwing his favorite bass fishing lure of all time.
Is that swim bait too big?
I guess not.
Yeah, baby. That's an upgrade. I asked the cameraman if he wanted to see the mag draft. He said, yes, of course. That's a good one, dude. Like, hammered it. Yes. Yeah, baby. It's a freaking mullet. It's a mag mullet. Oh, dude.
Not gonna help, but we know what makes Chris Zaldain happy. That is for sure, to see his mag draft, see his work really, really well. They got the lead there, they got the margin, but way too early to call it for the team of Rickard and Zaldain. Got a lot of talented teams in pursuit and not that far away.
You're watching the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship, presented by Skeeter Boats.
Plenty more live Redfish tournament action coming to you. First time we've ever been able to say that, and it has been a real pleasure. It has been engaging, fast-moving, and big redfish on display today. There's our leaderboard. Unofficial weights right now, never official till we get it to weigh in later today. The team of Ryan Rickard and Chris Zaldain on top. Land and Savoie, Travis Land and Nikki Savoie in second place. Let's get a look at what their day has been like. Of course, they were our leaders to start this morning.
Great team. You know, Nikki describes himself as a guy that is really patient, specifically in the first half of the day. He doesn't hit the panic button.
And then
like
Travis, yesterday,
he loves making good decisions, and he's really
cruising down this edge real quiet.
Decisions when he makes. So these two guys are really seasoned together. They've won a lot of tournaments together or separately. So, you know, it's no stranger for them to be in striking distance. The pressure is not going to probably get to them like it would maybe some of these other teams.
Very experienced in this part of the world. Of course, Travis from Texas, not too far away from here, in the San Antonio area. And currently in second place, and things starting to become a little more fast and furious for them. For the last hour and a half, it has been fast and furious for Ryan Rickard, right there, and Chris Zaldain.
Come on, baby, get there. They got an 8 1/4 in the live well already, Tommy. If they can match that fish, it's going to be a big day for these guys. Now, remember this about Ryan Rickard. He has never won 17 top 2 second place finishes. And, you know, he describes himself as a guy that reads the water very well. He can also understand the temperament of the fish and makes good adjustments to that. And then you also obviously have Zaldain knowing when to change it up. You saw him go to his favorite swim bait. He fished that on day 1 when they had a really big day. And guess what? Here he is fishing it again and just is catching them as quickly as he can.
Water live now with Rickard and Zaldain. Making some subtle moves in and around that area. They have one giant flat they're working. They moved a little bit.
Oh, you could see them,
They're
dude.
back on the original spot now.
Boy, when they spook,
Look at the fish
oh my
spooking.
gosh.
Again, the slick, calm conditions
many there are,
could
dude?
really make it difficult.
So ridiculous.
Super long cast and you'll get them. Even though they're moving out of school, super long cast, you'll get them. One of them will screw up and get it. See what I'm saying?
Big one.
See what I'm saying?
That's a big one. That's a big, oh my gosh, that's a big one.
All right, I'm gonna try to double hook up.
That's a giant.
Try to
Freaking
double.
mag draft, dude.
Feel better than that last one or no?
Yeah, oh, did he come off? No, it's still on. Yeah, he's definitely better than that last one.
Oh my gosh, dude, this is unreal. Like smash the mag draft. Oh, that's a good fish. That's a big one, dude.
Oh. Dang, dude, I need to
Can't
get
even
another
stop
cast in
him.
here too.
30-pound braid to cast, dude.
Yeah, we need this fish though. If he's
Yeah,
that
we
good.
do. We do. It's a good one.
If he's that good, we need him.
This is so much fun, dude. Oh, it's a giant. It's a freaking giant.
Try to pull him left away from that motor if you can.
Oh, come on, baby. I would say pull down, dude. We need this one.
I'm scared.
We need this one.
Watch that rod. I got you.
Thanks, bro. Look at this one.
Trolling motors down it.
Yeah.
Frick.
That's a big one.
That's a stud.
That is a freaking giant. Come on, baby. Come on, stay on there. Get him, Ryan. Oh,
Come on, Chris.
stay on there. No, stay on there. Come on.
Oh my God, bro. Oh my God.
Oh my God, bro.
Come on.
Oh, the
Come on.
freaking mag draft
Come
like
on.
smoked it.
Here, take this.
Like freaking smoked it so
Hold your
hard.
line up for me.
That is an absolute giant, dude.
Please fit, baby.
That is a freaking tanker.
Please fit.
Hold on a second. I need this shot. I need this shot. Oh,
Dude,
dude,
we're gonna have to get him in the well quick, bro.
I'm so freaking pumped right now. Oh no, show him that. Show him that little trocar. Oh my God, that's a giant redfish.
Let me show him that.
Yeah.
We need to get this thing in the freaking well.
Ryan's all business, dude, and I'm here having a blast. Let me see. Oh my gosh, dude, 27 and a half.
All right, give me that. Give me that.
You good?
Give me this.
Freaking giant.
I got it.
Tell me.
I'm wrapped up.
Tell me.
It's 8 pounds.
Wow. Biggest bag of the tournament.
Spooked a giant school off this flat, dude, and I led him with that mag draft. Oh, smashed it. Oh my gosh, that's so much fun. 8-pounder. Oh, that's 2 over 8. What? Ryan. Oh, dude, look at this, Cole.
Is that the small one?
Yeah, absolutely, that's a small
Make sure.
one. This thing is tiny, dude.
I know he's tiny. I'm just gonna.
Oh, thanks, dude. Okay. Yeah. Oh my God, dude. Oh. We're on them today, bro. We got more room to grow, too. That was a freaking 8 on a swim bait. Oh my gosh, that was awesome.
The whole day's been like a highlight reel, but that was an exceptional moment there, Captain Rick Murphy.
So let's take a look at the power pole replay of the day, Tommy. These guys have switched it up. This is their first 8-pounder that they caught this morning, about an hour before this second one that you just witnessed. And I'm gonna tell you, they are on fire for sure. The biggest stringer so far of the tournament. The weather is working into their favor, and things are really heating up in the Texas coast, bud.
That fish gives them 16 pounds, 4 ounces. Like you said, the biggest bag of the tournament so far, 2 fish limit. Right now, Land and Savoie, our day 2 leaders, would need to catch their biggest bag of the tournament just to supersede these anglers at the top spot.
Well, 5 pounds behind right now. That's huge.
I'm grateful that everybody was able to share the power pole replay of the day with us.
That's the undisputed champ so far today. What a move by Rickard and Zaldain. Man, stating their case in a most persuasive way that they need to be the ones holding the trophy at the end of the day. But you never know. That's what we always say. Something big can happen. We'll be right back.
You're watching the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship, presented by Skeeter Boats.
10 teams for 3 days. We're getting closer and closer to the halfway point in this day. One of our teams has made a great blast. Big move today. Ryan Rickard and Chris Zaldain putting 16 pounds, 4 ounces, 2 fish over 8 pounds.
comprise their limit. That is the biggest limit we have seen all week long. So that's going to leave quite the mountain to climb for the rest of these anglers. The nearest pursuers, the team that started the day, Land and Savoie, are 5 pounds behind at this point, but they've got room to grow. They haven't even reached double digits yet with their.
Gosh, get him, dude.
Here, right there, right in front of me. Dude, I'm getting whacked.
There?
Just a little further, a little
left
further.
or out?
A little further left and out, a little further out. Definitely got
That's that hole.
2 or 3 hits right
they
there.
stage up right there. That's where they stage up.
Got him.
There you
big
go.
One. Oh, that's a big one. Oh, yeah.
Giant.
Oh, my gosh. Oh. Another big one. Mm-hmm.
Here comes the drone. Another big one.
Tell me if I gotta lift the poles, okay?
You're good, you're good. I'm gonna horse this one.
Yeah, horse him.
It's easy to horse them when you got 16 and a half pounds in them.
Oh.
It's freeing.
Right.
You guys have a cool shot up above right there. Look at this thing running. Okay, I'm gonna bring him back left.
Yeah, please, please.
No, no, no. Okay, oh my gosh. It's like a 7, I think. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Yeah, he's not as good. Definitely not as good.
Yeah.
Here, take this. I'm gonna go ahead and keep casting.
Take that.
Oh my gosh, that bite is so unreal. I am so like hooked on this red fishing. I'm literally gonna call Joanne from Skeeter and I'm gonna have her put a bay boat in my contract because when they eat swim baits like that, that is awesome. Not a giant. We got 2 in the live well, way bigger than that, but that is a nice fish on a swim bait. How do you hold these things? Oh. That is so awesome.
Ronnie, we might have to do a tutorial on how
they eat it sideways. They eat it so good, dude.
Trying to pop that hook. It's got such a small mouth, you have to sometimes hit the point of the
Maggie.
hook sticking out of its mouth to dislodge
Saving the day again. That is awesome.
Zaldain was trying right there.
He's throwing
What a
7.5 pounders back like it's a credit
We are
card
having
that's gone bad.
absolute blast today.
Can you believe it?
That was the run of the litter in that boat.
Are you surprised by how many quality fish have been caught this week on camera via bass fishing baits, like big swim baits and chatter baits, that these bass anglers are like, I'm gonna lock this in my hand because I have confidence in it?
I'm not surprised at all. One of the things
They are
that
on it.
I
Like,
was
they are
so
so on that
excited
mullet, dude.
about doing this for the last 3
Oh, my
days was
gosh.
I knew the bass guys were gonna bring something different, something new to the redfish arena. I just think that it's so cool that, you know, Chris Aldyne loving to be able to throw big, large swim baits, and guess what? We're playing right into his strength and his wheelhouse. Good for him.
First thing we saw 2 days ago was a Texas rig plastic craw.
Unreal.
Yeah, doing the job.
You know, and remember this, Tommy, to catch a big fish,
No,
when you
sir.
have small fish around,
Caught that
you
8
go
1/4
up
on
to
this
a
thing. I'll
big
stick with him,
size lure, which he's
I like
done, and he's
different
eliminating the
looks, man.
small fish
A lot
bite.
of confidence in this bait.
Yep.
A 4-pounder is
Don't
not
get
going
me
to
wrong,
eat a
I would
6.5
throw
or a
one.
7-inch swim bait.
But I
You
don't
just,
want one at the
it's
moment.
too much for him.
That's been a while since we checked into one of our teams that had a great day, number 2.
Hines and Gibbs, a Florida team. They are hooked up live.
That's a better fish, I think. I hope so. I mean, he's not huge, that's for sure, but I don't know. I think he'll measure. Maybe not. I don't know. Well, that was close.
Hook just fell out of him. So for the people that didn't watch yesterday, this was one of my concerns, Tommy. They probably caught somewhere between 50 and 70 fish yesterday on this same flat, and I was concerned as to whether they were going to burn through their quality fish or not. So far, it looks like that might have happened.
Yeah, he's way short.
I'm not going to measure. They have to be between 20 and 28 inches. If you're just joining up with us, a 2-fish limit is all it takes each and every day.
Look at the redfish.
Look at this. Is in the area of Zaldain and Rickard here. Oh my word! What shots we are getting from above. What a fishery.
How long does it take to get to Port Aransas from Little Rock? You want to go, Captain Rick?
I'm ready.
We can make it by nighttime.
We see if we can get Mike McInnes to crank up the jet. We can be there in a couple hours at that.
I want to check and see if there is one. Oh man. Everybody making plans to fish this place. What an impressive area, and we will return to it just moments away. After a quick break, we'll be right back.
You're watching the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship, presented by Skeeter Boats.
Big day. When it all comes down to Championship Sunday here at the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship. We're not even quite to the halfway point on this fortuitous day. Boy, some big moves have been made. Our leaders, the team of Zaldain and Rickard. Show you what an incredible fishery this is. You know, Zaldain and Rickard in a massive flat, but the hard edges also attract redfish as well. This is about 400 yards away. Look at this shot right here.
This is a great example of how the fish will swim down the color change. Similar to what tarpon do in the Florida Keys, but what's so neat about this, Tommy, is that this isn't but a little ways away from our leaders. And look at how these fish are just floating along the sand edges, as well as sliding over the potholes, looking for some type of crustacean to eat. It doesn't get any better than that right there. The only thing that could make that better is if we were there casting some type of soft plastic.
See what we could do.
Look at that school.
See, going into commercial, you said if I got the jet, you'd get the boat. I don't even need a boat to catch these, so I feel like I'm pulling most of the weight with that jet deal. I mean,
This is a live shot. And take a look how close they are to our tournament leaders. Just only about 2 or 3. You can see their boat in the distance. They're not that far away. So are they in the right place? If not, they're close to it, Captain Rick.
No doubt they are in the right place. When you have 2 8-pounders in the well, Tommy, how can you argue that 400 yards is going to make a difference? They're in a zip code that is holding monster redfish. They've obviously got the weather today to take advantage of whatever they have in front of them. And they are really doing a good job of making sure that they're doing the best to make other teams beat them.
Oh, they're going to have to come after them hard. Going to have to bring it on this day if you want to best our leaders, Zaldain and Rickard. How about these guys? Good day for them yesterday after a slow day one. A slow day so far today.
If they have it. You mean this? Yeah, if they have it. I mean, if we're invited.
I thought you got to qualify. You mean you got to qualify?
Invite only. Yeah. Is that a good fish?
I feel better.
He just got better. Nope. Nope. I don't know. He might make it. I don't know. I don't think he's gonna make it. It's all right.
That one is not going to be a whole lot of help for that team right there. They've got to find something much, much bigger and find 2 of them, not one. It's going to take something to take down our leaders right now.
You know, the other adjustment that some of these teams might make is we're the day after the cold front. we're actually in a situation where the shallower water, Tommy, is going to heat up a lot faster than 3 or 4 feet. Maybe some of these guys, after seeing that drone shot, they might need to move up a little shallower because the fish might go shallower so that they can warm up after the cooler water temperatures from yesterday and the air.
We'll see if that comes to pass. Right now, it's time for our lithium pros on the line. Obliging us is our man who's in charge at the end of the day for sure at the weigh-in. Dave Mercer. Dave, where are you and what are you seeing today, Championship Sunday?
Well, we've been trying to get to you guys all day. We're with our day 2 leaders, Nikki and Travis, just over my shoulder, and they've got a couple of fish in the boat. But some of the amazing stuff that we talked about with them this morning was just how much one thing affects another thing. I mean, we get used to this in bass tournaments, but it's even more so when you have a tournament, you know, in the ocean, basically. Day 1, they had to leave their area because a bunch of dolphins moved in and shut down the redfish, so they had to leave. Well, what they've been doing here, they told me, is they're literally following rays. The rays are, you know, scooting along, and as they scoot along, they, you know, puff up dust and sand and that sort of thing, and bait fish will come up, and they hammer those bait fish. So it's really amazing just to see how the ecosystem, you know, one thing happens and it affects the other. But a unique thing they're doing, following rays that are being chased by redfish.
So, Dave, I can tell you that those redfish will get on the backs of the ray, and as the shadow of the ray goes over the ocean floor, as you said, it spooks pinfish, it spooks shrimp, it crabs, all different types of things that the redfish want to eat. So these guys have changed even to a different pattern that we haven't seen from any other teams. How many did they have in the well? They got 2, and they got a lot of room for upgrading, correct?
Yeah. Correct, yeah, they have 2 fish in, and they've called a couple of times, I believe, but they did tell us, they said, now's prime time. You know, this is like literally this moment right now. They said 10 o'clock local time is when they really start catching them. Before that has been a little slow for them, so it's pretty scary to think that, you know, they're catching them already, and it's just becoming prime time for them right now.
Dave, thanks so much for staying with our leaders to start the day. Dave Mercer right there with us, our lithium pros on the line. And there's 2 guys that, they've got a shot. They're second in line, but a good ways back, 5 pounds plus from our leaders.
Both guys are really good sight fishermen. The sun is up high now, and they're both standing up there on the bow looking to see if they see a fish. Tommy, you know, it's going to be real interesting. One of the things that they've been waiting for is for the tide to get right. They said that peak time for them was going to be between 10 and 1 o'clock.
Okay.
So time is ticking.
Rolling up on that time right now. We can't take our eyes too far off of our leaders. They've just been generating so much action for the last couple of hours here. Again, yet another bass-oriented bait comes to play here and play in a big way. But right now, let's take it out. Trade Zaldain and McCabe. 2 fish in the boat before they need upgrades in the worst way.
Fish on.
Come on.
He's coming at me.
Okay.
He's a good one.
That spoon too. Okay, coming. Coming. Here we go, Matt. Which way? This
He's
way?
on this side. Come on, baby. Get out of that grass.
There you go, Matt. There you go, Matt.
Coming to you. You ready? Bring him to you. Yes.
There you go.
You go,
there you
girl.
Go. On that spoon. You're trying to get that bite going.
Where's the... You got pulled down.
There. Yeah. Do the BOGO right here.
It looks like Trey
Wanna get the
convinced
board?
Matt to put that cork down, that popping cork down, and now he's catching them.
Dude, I just had this feeling. I'm glad you picked that spoon up.
So are you saying, Captain Rick, that the guide is now the guided?
Well, I think that's always the case. Well, I'm not going to go there. I don't want to.
Okay.
Boy, you go set me up there, Ronnie. I almost took the bait. But you know what? It doesn't matter. It's a team effort in both cases.
Working together.
Skill right there, ready, sweetie.
And listen, it doesn't take anybody a second to change the bait. And when your partner's catching them, you got to pay attention to what
100%.
signals.
McCabe trades Zaldain. Slow start to this tournament on day number 1, but steady improvement. The fishing hours since then and had a good start to their day today.
I almost screwed that up, man.
Tommy,
He
they
took off running and I thought I
zero on day one. A struggle to get around the right quality of fish to be in that slot limit. Yesterday with the wind, man, they got their groove going big time, especially when Trey picked up a confidence bait, that chatterbait.
Yeah, she's confident with the chatterbait, with the trailer on the back, a paddle tail, and for sure, she caught a lot of fish yesterday, which, as you said, you know, created some confidence going into this morning.
Yes. McCabe with a good one right there. Nice to get the team pumped up, get them going. Got to get this thing across the finish line. Back to our leaders.
Right, and roll out. This is no doubt like a feeding spot, dude. Still kind of shaking from the action. We just got back on our line here. The wind kind of picked back up, which is good. Good for us. For boat control, we're able to drift real quietly through here because every single drift through here, there he is.
Short struck me right there.
Every drift through here, we spook them off this flat and we send them into the ditch. That last good one we caught, I casted, let him out in front, you know, and they were going towards the ditch and ran that swim bait by. That's when it bit it. But he's kind of just scanning the shallows here, looking for these pushes. And they're moving from right to left, and there's a ton of mullet in here. That's what they're chewing on. But every pass, we've had like 3, 4, 5 bites, man. It's been awesome.
Getting back set up on their spot right there. Take it back over to Himes and Gibbs.
What are you throwing?
Currently in 8th place.
Oh, get out of that stick. Get out of that stick. I don't know, Jeremy. Get over there to that stick.
He's reeling in the stick and the
He's still
redfish.
there.
Might be easier than getting over there with the boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still
more
there.
advisable.
He looks. He's a.
Stop.
He's a.
Stop. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Stop. Do something before he breaks that line.
See how they twist and spin like that?
That's one we needed. That wasn't a bad fish there. That was a 5-pounder. He just he got me in a stick. We didn't get there quick enough. He didn't come out of the stick. He twisted off and got off. We're gonna keep trying.
Unfortunate, that's the way it goes. Got to put that behind him right now. Zaldain and Rickard on top here with a big time lead, but not pulled away from everyone so far.
You're watching the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship, presented by Skeeter Boats.
Tomorrow on FS1, the Gavitt tip-off games begin as 2 elite conferences go head-to-head. First, number 11 Illinois faces Marquette, then Providence takes on Wisconsin. Catch all the action tomorrow starting at 7 Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. Big sports Sunday here in Southeast Texas, that is for sure. All-star lineup in this Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup action. First look today at the team of Cincy and Kennedy having a slow start to their day and still, in fact, looking for their first one.
So Cincinnati, you know, he's from Jacksonville Beach. We call Jacksonville the land of 1,000 casts because of how many casts it seems like you have to make when the tide is extremely high. So you know what? Blind fishing for this team is not going to be a problem. They don't have a problem throwing it out and reeling it back in. They certainly feel like they can take a chance. Haven't caught a fish today, but I'm confident that they're going to be there, you know, by the end of the day. They're going to catch a couple fish.
Go from Chris and Chris to Team Old Men in the Sea, as they are self-described. Ricky Bort, Mark Menendez.
So Tommy, they're moving back into that land cut area where Mark Menendez on day one caught some stuff to put him in the lead. You know, he was flipping a Strike King crawdad type of pattern with a jig head in it. This is a silty bottom area, which what that allows him to do is the water itself is going to heat up there because of the level of silt. The fish move back in there because it's like a blanket when the water's cold. It's a little bit warmer up there being near that land.
Team of Eshte and Walters, very, very surprising that they are not farther along today, weight-wise, than they are.
You know, Dwayne is always a contender in one of these redfish tournaments. I'm still confident that, you know, they caught their fish yesterday a little later in the afternoon. Yeah. If I remember correctly, between 11 o'clock and 2 o'clock, even making a late drift because they knew that the boat was going to be able to get them back in a quick manner. Today, the boat run, they can run wide open. So they could probably fish late and boogie back if they have to, but they got to make a move here if they're going to do something, because 16 pounds is going to be a lot to cover.
They're going to be fishing check-in time around 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. Weigh-in to follow shortly after that. So all our teams with plenty of time left to fish.
You know, when I asked Chris Zaldain what he thought to describe his strength, one of the things he said was that he really felt like knowing when to change it up. So he went from a wake bait to a big soft plastic, and man, what a difference it made in triggering a big fish to bite his bait.
A couple of them back-to-back. Good fish from Chris Zaldain. One of the others, they have the Zaldain team. His wife, Trade Zaldain, along with Matt McCabe. Matt McCabe has the most recent catch in that boat.
A guide out of Slidell, Louisiana.
Bitch on.
That hooks up again.
Here you go. I'm coming.
You're gonna have to hit the poles down for me, okay?
Okay.
This is a giant. It may be an over.
No, it's going to be a 9-pounder, right what we need.
Monkey.
It's going to be right what we need. Big Mac going to work on the spoon.
Big booty tooty.
There you go.
Come here, baby.
Old unicorn. Just waiting for Matt. Matt picks up a bait he loves, starts cracking on him.
Dude, he toasted it.
Come on, pretty girl. Here she comes. Here she comes. Come on, pretty girl.
Come on, baby.
Come on, pretty girl. This way. Oh, yeah, she's perfect.
Big old tank.
She's perfect. Get me,
Coming to you.
Oh,
Get in that. Yeah.
oh.
Yeah.
Matt?
Don't be over.
It's not. It's going to be a unicorn.
All right.
Grab this.
You don't see many of our other teams hugging.
No.
But I'm really, you know, good for them. Had a really tough first day.
Full 180 from Friday. Full 180 the last 2 days.
I can't imagine what this team would be doing if they were, you know, had a big day the first day, where they'd be sitting now, because they've definitely got it figured out.
This will be an upgrade. Of course, it's got to measure first. It's got to be longer than 20, which it is, but the main thing shorter than 28. And I think that's going to be a good one, I think, Rick.
That's what I'm talking about.
I think so. Nice fat stock of fish too, Tom.
Open that up.
No doubt.
You're not going to measure that one up on the gunnel like they've been doing some of those smaller fish. We got to put
I
this
see
one
you
down in
cringe
the
a little
boat.
bit
Oh.
visually when that happens.
Oh, she's in there, dude. I think that tank. We ain't got
Oh, fat girl. Oh, let me turn this one on. Now we got to figure out what to call. Might leave the.
Trait is now experiencing a high-class problem, trying to figure out which one to call. That's a 25-inch fish. I'm going to say that fish is probably 6 3/4 or maybe 7.
She's 6'6'5", 6'6'3".
6'6'3".
Gosh, you missed it by hundredths of an ounce, Rick. Come on.
Tighten up on us here.
I need to tighten up. It's kind of hard to judge when you're in the studio, I can tell you that.
Not bad.
Good for them.
Good 6 pound 10 ouncer. If we convert that to pounds and ounces, that is right there.
Jeremy Hines, Ricky Gibbs. Out for this team. Definitely need to jump some big ones like that in short order.
Big old flatty.
Flatty.
You still got smaller head shakes, but
I don't know.
this one will help.
Is it gonna help?
Yes. Yes.
Yep, he's gonna help us.
For sure. For sure.
That was like that other one I just had.
Get in there.
That's gonna help us. That's gonna help us.
You can hear the sigh of relief from Jeremy Himes there, Tommy. You know, there's no feeling in the world that when you got two or only one small one in the live one.
Calm down. You dump them out.
You can really change that situation. Alleviate some anxiety.
Well, you know, success breeds success. You know, and something that bad happens, then that usually breeds more bad
now I got
stuff or
control
failure.
of them.
But these guys they're plugging
Right
away.
here is gonna help. For sure.
And the confidence level for sure is
5'3".
going to go up.
Probably say, as it stands right now, plenty of time for these teams to do big things.
24-inch fish.
25-incher. Oh. Down right there, go about 5'3", 5'4". We can check them on the green scale. My other scale ain't working because it's in kilograms. We don't know how to.
That scale's accurate. That green one right there is accurate.
Okay, so we go on to 0.
Should be accurate anyway. What to say?
So 5'2".
That's gonna help us.
He was almost on 5'3". I almost called that one. All right, we're gonna put him in the box. Keep going. Let's do this. Keep working our way up. That's gonna help a little bit.
We might turn that thing to just go ahead and let it run, Jeremy.
None of these teams letting up in any way. They are competitive to a person. Among the 20 anglers on display out here today, but the most success so far still belongs to Ryan Rickard and Chris Zaldain. Look at the size of that lead, 5 pounds even ahead of Land and Savoie. Vann and Barlow, Houston, and Hudnall had a good start to their day as well. Who's going to light it up next? We'll be right back.
You're watching the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship, presented by Skeeter Boats.
All week we've been heading toward this day, this hour, Championship Sunday, headed toward midday right now, and there's our unofficial leaderboard as it stands right now, but it's pretty close to real weights, as near as we can figure. The team of Vann and Rickard and Chris Zaldain, the Redfish Pro and the Bassmaster Elite Series Pro. A 5-pound lead ahead of our leaders to start the day, Travis Land and Nikki Savoie.
So these guys were in first place after day 1 and day 2. And you know what? I'm still expecting for these guys to get a couple big bites, Tommy. Hopefully they can capitalize on it for themselves. I think they've been waiting on the tide to get right. The slick, calm conditions. That's the question on today. Is that going to help or hinder them?
Currently in second place, Land and Savoie, the team of the day so far. They have lit it up. Ryan Rickard and Chris Zaldain.
Oh, come on, baby. Please fit. Please fit. Please. Let's do this quick right here. You want to know? 8. Come on. Yeah.
8 1/4 pounder was the first one they put in the well.
Come on, baby.
Backed up with another 8 pounder. These guys are on fire. Got a 4 or 5 pound lead.
Come on. There he is. Oh my God.
They're using a variety of different types of lure. Wake baits when it was slick, calm, and now they've switched over. Chris Aldyne has switched over to a 5 or a 6-inch swim bait, which is certainly one of his favorite ways to fish when he's fishing for a big bass.
A swim bait you look at and you think mullet, and that's what that place is for.
Exactly. Great.
Stay on there. No, stay on there. Come on.
Found this quality place during practice and have professed their faith in it all week long. They can never vary from the plan.
And you know, you're exactly right. We've been looking here in the studio, waiting for the 8 pounders to show up. And today they got the weather, and I think we're going to see more of this.
Over to Chad now. Matt Herron.
Had an oversized fish early, so they're in the right area of potentially catch a big one.
For a while. That red tide. Well, we had a freeze. They shut it down, and then the red tide came in, and we were like, you know what? Oh, there's redfish right in front of us. Right in front of us. They're all over there. See them going to the left? See them going right to left. They're going, look, right here. There's a big group of fish right here.
You mean right there?
I can see these fish. These are good ones here.
It's a good one here. I mean, they good. He's long, I can see that. He ain't figured out he's caught yet. Look like a pretty good fish, don't it?
Can I see him?
Yeah, I can see him. He might be like them two we got in the box.
Yeah.
Huh?
I'd say so.
He's long.
Alabama's Matt Herron won a big tournament in Texas back in 2016, the Toyota.
He
Texas
just now
Bass
figured out
Classic
he was in
at
trouble.
Lake.
He's just been kind
Ray
of wandering
Roberts.
around.
Now that was a group of fish.
Right.
I saw them over here, and you were over there when you hooked that fish. So it looks like the majority of them.
They're right here in this little. You just can't do nothing with them. If it's a bass, I done plunked him on the floor.
Oh, there they are. There's redfish right there. Look, there's redfish right there.
Well, get him.
I'm working on it. That one ain't no help.
I can't do nothing right now.
Both of these guys say their favorite
kinda
way
got
to
an
catch a
issue.
redfish is with a spoon. You know, I tell you, the
I
good
don't
thing
know
about
how
a
big he
spoon,
is,
Tommy, when you do get the bite, your line is
That fish
already
is long.
tight by the nature of the way it's
They're-
worked.
they're-
You just throw
these
it out
fish are
and reel
swimming
it back, and when the fish bite it,
towards your
you're
fish.
already
Yeah, I'm
immediately
telling you,
tight.
these fish right
There's
here are
no
long.
twitching involved.
Get out, Grass.
That's a great piece of
Get
advice
out,
you've been
Grass.
offering
It's a big
this week
fish.
to the fans who
Thank-
might take up red fishing. You do not
See
twitch
how
and
big he is?
stop and do any of that. It's a steady retrieve. You got to be ahead of the fish.
Exactly. It's, you know, it's a search bait, so you just reel it back. I love the fact that in the guide world, we actually call them idiot proof.
Yeah, that'll help.
Because any idiot like myself can throw a spoon out and
right
catch
up
a
my alley.
redfish on it.
Sign me up.
Yeah, man. It's the redfish spinnerbait of the world, but you know what? The chatterbait could become the new second.
I would love to bring it to you. Here he comes. Pretty good one there.
Yeah, we need to measure him.
Not a lot of emotion out of these two dudes.
Put him in the boat so he won't flip out.
Skinny dipper strikes.
Yeah. Oh, crap. Here. Lay him down. I'm gonna say he's gonna be 25 and a half. No, man, 24. All right, so let's get the little one out of there.
Hey, which one is that?
Certainly got some work to do to figure out which is which.
Yeah. While the clock is ticking. We've both been over the live well. Back to our leaders, Rickard and Zaldain.
Like an hour and a half of just straight up, I mean, that what it was like. It seems like every 12 casts, 14 casts, we'd get a bite, a look, a nudge. But there's two like sand fingers that stick out. We kind of have them marked with these duck blinds out in front. They make a big push on top, crash on the mullet, and then we'll spook them. They'll push out. It's just a timing deal. I think we've got rising water right now, so the more water up there, in theory, you know, gives them a little more confidence to move up there. Who knows? But they definitely chewed there for a while. That drift, what we had one, caught one.
We had one, yeah.
Yep. And so now we're resetting, trolling motoring up. He's got a Minn Kota Tarova, which is real nice. He's got the remote on his neck here. We're gonna sit down and have a sandwich. It's kind of break time because it's gonna be about 5 to 7 minutes till we get to the top. Wind's gonna push us back down, but it's break time for us, and the Tarova's doing all the work. So he just sets a little spot and says, go there. Takes us right there and makes it easy on us. Let me get in here, Bob. Yes, sir.
Rick Murphy, I got to tell you, in the bass world, when a guy sits down and tries to eat something or drink a pop in the middle of a fishing day, they kind of keep it on the down low. I see Chris Zaldain sort of picking up the redfish vibe. Don't just wait it out. Know what's coming up. Wait it out and be patient.
You're absolutely right. You know, and the thing is, these guys are really not running the trolling motor. They're allowing the wind to blow them across the flat, allowing the current to move them along. And that's really a great strategy. So while they're repositioning, instead of cranking up the big Yamaha and putting potentially on the perimeter of this little flat that they're fishing, they're going to use the trolling motor to go up, reset upwind of where they think their fish are going to be, and then they'll drift through them.
Fascinating. Good stuff to watch. Lithium Pro's on the line. It's time for one of those right now with our man, Dave Mercer. And Dave, you're kind of completing a week there in Port Aransas. Billed as the fishing capital of Texas, your impressions of Port A?
It truly is a spectacular place. I mean, I had never had the opportunity to visit this place before now, but it is, you know, as you said, the fishing capital of Texas. And, I mean, that's saying a lot. You know what Texas has. We talk about Texas Parks and Wildlife and everything they do, but this is an absolute playground. I mean, you can come here and do so much recreation. Obviously, it's all around fishing, but so many restaurants. It's just one of those. I mean, I guess I'm old, guys, because I'm going to say it's a quaint, fun place to spend your time. I don't think I've ever used the word quaint. That's a sign that I'm getting quite old. But it's a great place, and I don't think I'm leaving. I mean, we've been watching yesterday's leaders, but we're going to go back there because they have incredible restaurants, and we talked about that yesterday, and here we go again talking about burgers.
Dave, one question for you. I mean, you don't have to live on the Gulf Coast or the Atlantic Coast to enjoy red fishing, to be a total geek on red fishing. Have you ever tried your hand at it, and how well do you like it?
Oh, it's incredible. And, you know, our anglers, they've been telling, you know, I've kind of asked them that question, and most of them have redfish before, but it's like a bass on steroids. And that's actually what Matt Herron said to me yesterday. He's like, you know, I thought those smallmouth were tough, but one of these would pull the tail off a smallmouth, and it really is. And it's kind of cool because on day one, Zaldain hooked up, and we're watching him burn that fish into the boat. And all those bass guys want to do that. But every once in a while, those redfish, when they get big enough, all of a sudden they realize they can't burn them back into the boat. Incredible fish, an incredible sport fish. And speaking of sport fish, we talked yesterday about pressure. Well, yesterday's leaders are very sensitive to that pressure. They were, kind of directing us how to, move through the area. Didn't want motors running, didn't want anything. Well, guess what happened? Just moments ago, a local fly guide moved into their area. So we'll see if that, how that works out for them.
Well, it's a beautiful day. Thank you, Dave Mercer, for staying with our leaders to start the day. Savoie and Land, and we'll be talking to Dave a little bit later. Meanwhile, let's get back out on the water. Back to that, the aforementioned Land and Savoie. Adjacent to Dave Mercer before he heads for parts unknown. We know where he's headed.
I think there's no doubt. The thing is, Tommy, we said this at the top of the show, beautiful weather, lots of people love to fish in that area, Rockport, Aransas. So it's unfortunate that these guys are maybe having to make a move because somebody's moved into the area where they want to fish. Looks like Travis is running the trolling motor rapidly to try to cut somebody off.
Savoie. They're not out of it yet. That is for sure. Plenty of time left for that pair to fish, as well as all other. There are 10 teams out there, but right now on top with a good, healthy margin ahead of the field. Ryan Rickard and Chris Zaldain. They're going to be hard to take down. But I think we'd all like to stick around and see someone, or plenty of someone, try to do just that.
You're watching the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship, presented by Skeeter Boats.
Drawn down on midway point of Championship Sunday here. The Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup competition, the championship. This is Championship Day. Port Aransas, Texas, are fantastic. Host city. Take a look at our Yamaha weather watch for today. Absolute perfect weather. High skies, blue skies, low of 69, high of 77. Man, oh man. You can search the world over and not find weather better than that. The winds have modulated since yesterday when they're blowing 25 and even upwards. A lot quieter out there today and putting more emphasis on stealth for these guys. If you can get around without running your motor, your big motor, especially your troller motor, you're ahead of the game. Look at those things. Let's get back out to Chad Mann, Matt Herron. Put a good one in the boat not too long ago.
They're not doing what they've been doing.
Well, partner, did we go try something different?
I think we just keep drifting this flat a little bit. Dude, there's redfish all over this thing.
Look at that one right there. Little feller. God, bless it. Look at the one following him.
Put the pole down.
Oh, he just ate your bait right there. Doubled up, doubled up.
I'm gonna hug you, Chad.
Be careful, I got that big old gut.
Put the pole down. You got it down?
Pole's down.
Tommy, that's a great example of how teams can work together.
He's going.
One
he's
fish
right
following another
grass.
fish, and you can double up real quick if you're, prepared and specifically looking at the first fish that's hooked to see if he's got a buddy that's following.
Yeah, if there's a follow, he's
Well,
interested.
it sure is fun, but they're just the wrong ones.
Like mahi in the Gulf Stream, they create another bite for you.
Hey, Chad, this is a big one.
Huh?
This is a pretty good fish.
Oh yeah, you might want to put him in the boat. Uh-oh.
Nonchalant Chad is.
I mean, they're not bad fish. They're just not 27 inchers.
Chad, this is a good one. I ain't used the net in years.
I
get scared when I see our Bassmaster people using nets. Afraid something might happen.
Yeah. Come here. That's the same way I feel when I see them reaching for their lower lip to grab them.
I got mine.
Those are two nice fish. Boy, they would have really loved to have those the first day.
Wow.
The weather is sure playing into all our team's hands with it having south, which is a typical prevailing wind for that part of Texas, south-southeast.
You know, you bass fishermen from Alabama don't seem nearly as tough as you do on TV.
Oh, yeah. Oh, snap. There we go. All right, having some fun out there and competing hard at the same time, man, that's what it's all about. And I gotta say, it has been an incredible catch fest today.
It certainly has. And just a little further to the north, we've got Houston and Derek Hudnall. They had a big day yesterday, moved up the ladder a little bit. They had 13 or 14, close to 14 pounds.
Really kind of cracked the code after a tough day one.
Yeah.
So what if they don't ask any questions?
Sometimes. They'll tell them if they do.
So fishing these potholes for Ron Houston is similar to what he does in the Everglades of Southwest Florida.
Yeah.
So he should be in a comfort zone. Let's take a look and see how big this one is.
You feel like?
But you hooked up on live. Little one.
Little.
You know, if you're sitting at home watching this, Tommy, the one thing that all these teams have in common is that when they get a bite, they're putting their power poles down to stop the forward momentum of the fish. And having that kind of control is really important so that while you're culling or taking a fish off of the lure or whatever, you're not drifting through the area and messing up the fish that you might need to catch 150 feet away.
Bro, we could not have had a better luck that day.
Hey, was the first one the big giant one I caught on a spoon? No.
No.
No, it wasn't. And that was
the third fish.
The third
Remember,
fish,
I caught the 4-pounder. You got hit on the right. I got hit in the front, and then all of a sudden you caught that 8 and a half.
That's right.
On the spoon.
Yep.
You got him on the spoon.
Looks like
on the
Nikki
watermelon
sees
spoon.
one.
Mullet's still here for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure. They're still here somewhere.
That dinge, bro. Look at that dinge. I mean, that is exactly the dinge we need.
You know, we do a lot of Bassmaster bass fishing live tournaments, and your mileage can vary there. You can have a very tough tournament, which is engrossing, and sometimes you have a catch fest, and sometimes you get one that's so good you just get spoiled. And I think we've got a little bit spoiled by what it has just been off the charts. Such good red fishing.
Well, what a way to bring back red fishing to the viewers of Fox Sports 1. You know, I mean, it's just so awesome that we put together this format, Tommy, of bass guys along teamed up with some redfish pros. And I'm really telling you, I'm really impressed.
Impressed with the bass fishing guys?
I'm impressed with both. I'm impressed with how well these guys have gelled. I'm impressed with how they had such a great game plan. And I'm really looking forward to watching how this is all going to wrap up.
Well, be mindful that coverage continues on Bassmaster.com if you are so inclined. And thank you so much for spending your Sunday morning with us here in the fishing capital of Texas, Port Aransas, and some great competition for redfish.
watching the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship, presented by Skeeter Boats.
Ready now for the final push, the last couple of hours here on Championship Sunday. This is the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup, and we take you down to our Humminbird Unlock the Lake. And Captain Rick Murphy, this place has showed out. It has not disappointed in any season.
You're 100% correct, Tommy. You know, from Bird Island in the Laguna Madre all the way north to the Port O'Connor jetty is where our teams are scattered out all over the place. But I'm going to tell you what, I don't think you could ask for a better habitat in the state of Texas to have an event like we're having here with the Redfish Cup.
Absolutely. We have seen so many big fish today, especially. It's been the best day of all. Lots of fish catching and plenty of big ones coming in the boats. It has not been a bonanza for everybody. But boy, the guys at the top of the leaderboard, Rickard and Zaldain, just a phenomenal day. Before 4 hours of fishing were up, they had the best limit of the week, bar none.
Absolutely, they sure did. And you know, the thing that I'm really amazed about is how the weather played into all of the teams' factor. You know, we had rough weather on the second day of the tournament, but the prediction was it to be south, as we're talking about. And look, they got great conditions, and the fish are showing up. They're doing their part of this deal as well, Tommy.
20 great competitors, 10 great teams, showing that they know how to adapt. So some guys have been, or some teams have been better at it in bad weather. Some teams have been better at it in not so windy weather. But man, it has been a treat all day long. Let's go out to not a treat, but trait Zaldain and Matt McCabe. They're having their best day of the three so far today as well.
Well, they struggled in the first day. I think they just were not around fish like they are now. Yesterday, they made some adjustments, and they're taking advantage of every opportunity that's in front of them. She started throwing a chatterbait yesterday with a trailer, a paddle-tailed trailer, put it down for a little while, and then picked it back up in the afternoon. And you know what? Today, I don't think she's actually put it down. Captain Matt McCabe out of Louisiana, what he's done, Tommy, is he's picked up a gold spoon, put his popping cork down, and he's following suit. Now he's got Trait netting the fish for him. So these guys have really, I'm going to give them the most improved for the 3 days for sure.
Happy to see Trait and Matt on the board and doing well, both catching them today.
Don't be over.
Spent a lot of time this morning with Chad Manning of Florida, Matt Herron, elite Bassmaster from Alabama. They started picking up the pace a little bit later in the morning.
Yeah, and you know, we've always say that if you can catch 2 fish early, the confidence level goes up exponentially. And they caught a fish first thing in the morning that was a little oversized. But what that does to your mental psyche, Tommy, is it actually gives you the idea that you're in the right zone. It's just a matter of catching one that's going to fit within inside of our Texas slot of 20 to 28 inches.
Take a look at a Florida team of Jeremy Hines and Mickey Gibbs. Hines and Gibbs from Florida as well. Kind of got it. Boy, they caught them. I mean, they were the numbers team yesterday.
Absolutely. Yesterday, they took advantage of the windy conditions, and the fish weren't nearly as spooky. And I would say they caught somewhere between 50 and 60 fish or so. My concern, as I shared with you earlier, is that I wonder if they had burned through all their fish in that general flat area. I don't know how many plays that Jeremy's put together in his arsenal of spots, but you know, since we took our little break here, they have moved up the leaderboard. They only had 2 small fish an hour ago.
Still need those big 7 to 8 pound class fish to show up for them if they're going to be there near the top at the very end. Perhaps the biggest surprise of today, Dwayne Echte and Patrick Walters.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately for these guys, I think they're waiting for a tide to get right for their fish to move into the area. I don't know if the lack of water or having too much water. I know Dwayne, one of his things that he doesn't like is high water, so he may be waiting on the water to drop a little bit to move the fish into where they're fishing.
Glenn Vann and Thomas Barlow.
You know,
very good first 2 days for them.
Absolutely, and they brought something new to the Redfish arena. They're using a rattle trap, essentially a lipless crankbait, but a cork to suspend that in the water column. And they're chasing schools, Tommy, and what they're doing with these schools is they're throwing that cork out in front of them and letting the redfish swim into the presence of the lure. And then that's when they work it so that they have a very stealthy presentation and not spooking the fish by throwing directly into it.
Not as much water as they'd had at certain points in the proceedings here this week, so a little bit of difficulty getting into some of those little subtle corners that we're able to get.
All those nooks and crannies that were holding schools of fish have been not accessible for them. Certainly we got Travis Land and Nikki Savoie. And guess what? You know, they were our leaders in day 1 and day 2, but they're struggling a little bit today. And I don't understand why, but you know what? I have confidence that before the day's over, these guys are gonna put a couple big fish and make it really interesting for our leaders.
These are 2 straight-up hard-nosed redfish guys. They got a lot of fans down in this area, a lot of people pulling for it. Down here in southeast Texas. Hudnall and Houston. Hudnall and Houston, a steady improvement throughout.
They struggled a little bit on the first day. I only think they had 8 or 9 pounds. You know, they were way down on the list. I know Ron was really disappointed, but yesterday they had a really good stringer. And the one thing I can tell you about Ron Houston is the more days that he gets on the water, the more educated. He's making much better adjustments today, and they're around the right size fish. And guess what? They got the lucky charm, as you can see there on Derek's hat, and they're really on fire.
Get up in here. Get up in here. Give me some of that.
Really good, fishing flawlessly, no mistakes, no lost fish, any of that stuff. These guys are 2 seriously good anglers.
You're absolutely correct. And you know, remember this, that's a great point. Whether you're in a bass tournament or a redfish tournament, a lot of times the difference between winning and losing is eliminating mistakes. It's not about the luck that you have, but if you eliminate the mistakes, then you could be potentially up on top.
While we were away, take a look at this one came into the boat for Houston and Hudnall. Check it out.
Donkey donk. Straight up donks. Guys, we got 2 great big ones in this box now.
Man, oh man, caught him oversized yesterday, but boy, you talk about size plus for these guys right here. Zaldain and Rickard, great tournament all week long, and today they hit the sweet spot.
They sure did, and they've been so consistent. You know, the wind did hurt them a little bit yesterday because it kept these monster fish, these 8-pounders off of the flat, Tommy. But guess what? It laid down, went to that southerly prevailing type of wind. They've been throwing different types of baits. They fished with spoons, they fished with wake baits, but then you know what, Chris Aldyne, what he does is he goes to his strength throwing a big paddle tail. The big baits eliminate a 4 or 5 pounder from biting, and guess what, these 2 guys have weighed in, or have potentially unofficially 2 big fish in the well that are both over 8 pounds. That's going to be hard to beat. But you know what? We'll just have to see. It's never over, Tommy,
till
it's over.
No, far from it. At this point right now, but boy, this team laid the groundwork in practice, located this area right here. Take a look at where it is right there, and they have not strayed too far from this place.
No. You know, Ryan Rickard, he found basically a saltwater oval from a NASCAR playbook, and I'm going to tell you, they're making more than left and right turns. They're really putting them in the
We
boat.
are going through them today, partner.
Yeah, we are.
Oh,
That's what you got to do to win.
Dude, how many teams would freaking die? That is a big one. Oh my gosh, that's a big fish. Oh, that's a big one. Oh my gosh.
You know, Tommy.
Nice boat flip.
When you got 2
7-pounder.
27 inches.
I don't know if the length is there, but that's a fat fish, dude.
All you can simply do now is try to catch something that's a little bit fatter.
Absolutely, it's another 7. I got you, bro. You keep fishing.
Come on, baby. Come on. Oh my gosh. Come on. Come on. Yeah.
All these things while we were away for the past hour.
You know, if these guys would have caught these in all 3 days, it would have been a total runaway.
Oh, yeah. Forget about it. They have been burning it down on day 3 championship Sunday. This is live now.
All right, so we've been talking about all these drifts and like coming back, and as the wind shifts and changes, we've been on the same page for like the last couple of hours, and it really helps when we go through these flurries. Just got done with the floater. We boated one just a hair under 8 pounds. It went like right under 28 inches. They're still absolutely chewing. That guy right there, he's got his little swim bait on. They're like scattered all over this flat. Like we were just talking about, if we were to win this thing, or any tournament, red fishing, bass fishing on Championship Sunday, what it takes is a magical day, and it has been magical so far. Every drift, we get looks at giants. So if we keep plugging away and we get one more call, I think it may be enough. I don't know what the other guys are doing today. Obviously, we never know.
What we do know, this is the best weight. As of today, with us not knowing anybody else, it's the best weight anybody's had in a tournament yet.
No doubt.
So again, we don't know today, but it has been unbelievable.
And they're still biting. That's the best part. Is like they're still like cruising around. You'll see them crash bait. Oh my gosh! It's been unreal.
You know, the only way I see these guys improving is if they catch a freak of nature.
Just to the left of you?
You know, a fish that maybe has a tail that's been damaged, or they just catch a super fat fish. Because we gotta always remember this, Tommy.
Left of it,
Fish of the same size have a tendency to school together. So I don't see them having a 10 or a 12-pound fish, but they're probably not catching many 4 or 5 pounders. So they're around the right stock of fish. They just need a freak. They need one that's really
outlier
fat.
for sort
one
of
that ate a
kind.
3-pound mullet 20 minutes ago.
Little juice starts.
Oh yeah.
Little sand holes. Ooh. It's had a little touch right there, dude.
Look at all the mullet right here. Just a load of mullet schooled
Just a school of mag drafts swimming around.
School of
dude.
mag drafts.
Bite me.
Oh.
Thanks, dude.
Man, I'm getting grassed up big time.
It's so cool having the Bass staff down here, like J.O. Mercer, all the camera guys, Seth, all of them, the whole production team. Like, this is such a cool tournament, a clash of two worlds, man. That competitive redfish side and that competitive bass drive. And we're right in the middle of it. It's so much fun.
Okay, earlier today, if you were with us this morning on our coverage, Hudnall and Houston, Derek Hudnall and Ron Houston caught a good one, caught a big weight fish, and it was 27 3/4 inches long. And there was concern on the part of Ron, I think especially, as whether this thing would remain at that length, whether it might stretch out during the course of the day. So what are we doing here?
See how close he is? He's all the way against it? Yep.
Yeah.
He is that close.
He's right on the line.
Yeah, he was a 1/4 inch off of that earlier.
Yeah.
Good?
Yeah.
Well, that's the difference of when a fish relaxes versus not.
Right when he's coming in,
But
he's tense.
won't he during that process of running back to weigh in, bagging up the fish, putting them on the scales, would they be more in a tense state, or does it take them just a short amount of time to get relaxed again?
Depends on how long. You're correct, Ronnie. They will tense up, but it depends on how long they're actually sitting at the weigh station before they weigh in.
He's actually shrunk.
That fish,
1/8 of an inch.
28.
So that was the early.
That's the early
measurement.
fish.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Good.
They're sitting as good as you could possibly get, maybe a 1/2 inch
Toe
more.
in that line.
They got 15 pounds in the box. They know that. As far as they know, that may be the best weight of the day. They're not going to be taking any chances on it.
No, I don't think so either. The only thing that they can hope for is, again, just like these
Yeah,
guys,
they
to
gotta
catch
catch
a freak of nature.
Ron said that this morning, I'm here to win, and we know we had to make up a gap, so we're going to catch 28-inch fish.
There you go.
I really do.
Yeah.
I mean, think about where we ended up catching them down. I feel like we need to be out a little more. We're pretty shallow here.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
So much more
I thought
sand
the wind,
holes.
Yep. I thought the wind would push us
I
more
did
towards
too.
center.
I did too.
Yeah.
Let me
I
just,
agree.
before I miss too much
agree.
territory.
I love how well the guys are working together.
Maybe if I just flip the boat, it'll help us.
Yeah.
You know, we've had the day. I mean, really, we have two.
Maybe that'll help.
I don't know if you guys just saw them. We just pulled them out and measured them again to make sure they didn't relax and grow on us. I mean, we've got two 27 and 7/8 inch fish in the box. They're big. I don't know what they weigh. Ron's a better judge at them than I am, but It doesn't get much better than that. You know, the bite has been much tougher today, but we've got two of the absolute right fish that you need. I don't know. I don't think it'll be enough to make up as much ground as we had to make up on the first day. We didn't find them again until yesterday, and then today we got, I mean, 2 gorillas in there. So we've had fun. We've done everything we could. So we're just having a little fun now, and just trying to run some new water.
Actually looking for some new waters if I ever come back here again. That's what we're doing. I mean, the deficit we had on day 1, they're under the line. The bite has slowed down like Derek said, but these are the right fish. You know, they're the right fish. So we're going to go with that and let the chips fall where they may. We're going to make up a little bit of ground, and we see today the bite's tougher. So we don't know what might end up happening. But right now, you can't do any better than what we got. We're just covering some ground and trying to learn something in case we ever come back and team up together. I'd love to team up with you again. It's been an honor.
Anytime.
It's been good.
Anytime. Good stuff.
So, you know, those are Ronnie's 2 dance partners, Tommy. He's got to forget about them. They're what he has in the well right now, and he needs to get back to fishing and so that he can just calm down, relax a little bit. But it's really neat to see these guys recover from the deficit that they had created for themselves on day 1.
Big one came up there too, right? Didn't it?
No, my big one came over here.
Back here, okay.
Right behind, just behind us.
That's right. You're right.
Early
You're
this
right.
morning.
You're right. But 2 8s came, or 2 good ones came up on that side. It's a good drift right here. I like this one.
You know,
This is actually
we've
drifting how
talked
I wanted it to drift.
a couple times about having those 2 fish in the well. We've talked about that for all 3 days.
How important.
Now, what the guys are faced with is the nervous hours.
I almost say keep going until one
what
of us
is
at least
left.
gets
They
nipped.
still have this
Got it.
run, and they still got to make sure that those fish stay safe.
Especially since we got a really
Because
quality
if
drift line
one of
going.
those fish flips upside down or he's not alive when it comes weigh-in time, then they got a problem because they're going to have a penalty. And for somebody like Ron, you know, he's right there ahead of the other 3rd and 4th guy. That could be the difference of, you know, 2nd place or 4th or 5th place.
Yeah.
Ooh, big schools of mullet through there, dude.
We've been showing you some pictures from above, drone shots of the edges of this giant flat where Rickard and Zaldain have been positioned all week long. And the number of big fish swimming around those hard edges is just phenomenal.
You know, Ryan's done a really good job of putting them in the right place with the right size fish. That's always the challenge whenever you go to a new place.
Yeah, yeah.
Head shaking, dude.
Coming in too quick.
Yeah,
small.
coming in too quick. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's got one with it, bro.
Does it?
Look,
Oh,
it's got one
shoot.
with it.
Sorry, dude. I had already
That's
let
all right.
go.
That's all right. There was one with it.
Was he good?
I don't know. I couldn't tell.
I don't know.
Yep. We are so on them, dude. It's unreal. How's yours feel?
Chris Aldyne flipping my redfish in the boat like it's a bass.
Hard head
Come
shake
on,
yet.
man. Not nice.
He ain't a 6-pounder, I can tell you that. I don't think he's an 8, though. I might have just lost him. I did, I just lost him. Huh? He stuck his head in the grass. Just lost him. I don't think he was that great.
Talk about what's happening just a few hundred yards away from these guys on the bank in this massive flat out here. Take a look at the kind of population that lives here, the redfish numbers, the sizes, as they move around the hard edges here. They will get up on that flat and they go there to do one thing, and that's to feed.
So you know why that works so well for a redfish, Tommy, is because all the things that a redfish likes is literally in this picture. They love potholes. They can lay down in the bottom of the pothole, suspended below the grass. There's usually a depression of some sort. and they can wait to ambush something that swims over the top of them, like maybe one of these unsuspecting mullet. But at the same time, as they're cruising along the grass line to where it manicures up to the sand, those fish, as you can see up there real shallow, what they're doing is they're looking for a shrimp, they're looking for a crawdad, they're looking for a crab that potentially might be swimming there. Now remember this about redfish and weight. Anytime that they're eating fin fish that are high in protein, like a pogie, guess what? They
Way
get
more.
way more. Versus crustaceans,
Like Chris has been saying,
you know, when
it's
they poop,
almost
guess
every,
what? They can get rid of
every
that.
drift.
Yeah.
But I mean, it seems like every 10 casts, you're getting a bite or you're catching a fish. And it's been nonstop all day long. We really have not had a lull except for our lunch break. That's it.
Skeeter, bird's eye view really sort of opens up your mind to a lot of things, and it looks like they like to travel in ditches.
Yeah,
and
basically
depressions
we're
when they
getting
get out
so
off the
far
bank and
upwind on a
go out
flat.
across the flat.
They love swimming down
To me,
along a
it's so important
transition,
on a lot
and
of
whether
these
that's a
redfish,
transition from sand to grass, or whether maybe it's all grass, but then maybe it drops off from 8 inches of water to 18 inches of water. You know, it kind of creates a little edge for them. We heard Ron Houston yesterday telling Derek every time he hooked a
noise
fish.
as possible.
You know,
and
boom.
That's really what's given us our opportunities. It's so important to set your boat up correctly, because if you don't set your boat up correctly, you have too much compression coming from the boat, you have hull slap, you have all these kind of factors. That's going to factor into you catching or not catching fish.
Another big thing, like since we're fishing a bunch of grass and the wind starts kicking up and changing directions, you'll see all these little morsels of grass, but they're in lines. Like the wind pushes it and it creates these lines. And if you're casting across these lines of grass, like every 5 or 6 feet, you're gonna foul up your bait every time. So it's more important to position upwind and just bomb it downrange, downwind. That way you're not coming across as many grass, weed lines.
Such a good point.
And that way, maybe you're crossing over 2 lanes instead of, dozens of lanes of grass. And it's so important that swim bait stays absolutely weedless. I mean, you can't have one little piece of grass on it like that or it won't bite it. It's unnatural to them.
He's referring to the windrows, Tommy, that we had lots of yesterday.
So crazy, bro. You got hit.
Boom,
You
boom.
caught a fish.
And then the third bite. I had a third bite too.
Did you?
Yeah.
That's a really good point about the grass, bro.
Oh yeah,
Really good
bass fishing too, the same way. Foul up your chatterbait real quick.
The other thing that I like about what Chris is doing, he's put on a monster swim bait to eliminate a 3 or 4 pound fish, which have a tendency to be more aggressive to biting his bait. He's put something on there that a 7 or an 8 pound or even an oversized fish it's gonna take that fish to be able to eat such a large bait. Smart move, great play, way to be on offense.
A little bit more chop, a little more breakup on top of the water now than there was this morning.
They're getting that afternoon typical sea breeze that, comes along with fishing in the Gulf Coast. It doesn't matter whether you're in Louisiana or Sarasota in Florida or now here we are in Texas. You're going to get, as the land mass heats up, it's going to conduct, heat, and then that's going to make the air come to it as it starts to rise. And that's what you get. It's just a prevailing afternoon onshore breeze.
This team feeling it, to be sure. Having a blast out there today. We have had so much fun following all the action today on Championship Sunday, and we are not finished yet. There's plenty of opportunities for any one of these teams to catch something truly phenomenal, to really change their position up and down the leaderboard. So we're going to keep a close eye on it. We're going to stay with you, and more live red fishing when we come back.
You're watching the Yamaha Bassmaster RedFish Cup Championship, presented by Skeeter Boats.
First ever Yamaha Bassmaster RedFish Cup Championship presented by Skeeter Boats. And man, oh man, I would say it's a successful experiment. 6 of our teams pairing up Bassmaster Elite Series and Opens anglers with redfish pros. The other teams made up of a pair of redfish pros, usually with experience together. It's made for some great fishing, some great strategizing, great competition. Can't argue with the results of this this wonderful weekend in November. Get back out to our leaders. A spot that I think you described, Ricky. About the size of a NASCAR track.
It looks exactly like that. And you know, the thing that impressed me is that Ryan told us on day one that he wasn't worried about whatever the wind brought to him. He had a plan and enough shorelines and enough little depressions that no matter what the wind conditions were, he was going to be okay. And so far, it's proved to be fine.
Tail flapper. While you're out, I'm going to still try to double hook
Yep,
up.
that's fine.
You
That's
tell
fine.
me when you're ready
I'm
for the
good.
net.
You're good. Oh boy.
I like them fish getting up top like that.
Yeah, dude.
It's usually a sign of good ones.
Ah. Ooh.
What do you think, dude?
Oh gosh.
No.
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 7, 6, 6.
Yeah, 6, 6.5. Yeah, 5.5, 6. Yeah.
Can I get my boat flip in?
Yeah, do
I'll
it
help you
up.
Clean the boat.
Do it up, Bubba.
Oh, here's a bass boat flip. You. Uh-oh, did I just break my rod? I did. That's why you don't do that.
God.
That's why you don't do
He's
that.
already broke 2 or 3 this week. How's he?
Oh, shoot.
That's all right. I got another one. See that though? That was I made up for it. All right, you got to reach.
He's ready for the NBA, other than he's only 3 feet too short. you know?
That's why you don't boat flip him right there.
What?
It's a high sticking penalty is what we call that.
High stick penalty.
Shaped like an L. Put that on his forehead,
Yeah.
right? Wow, man, how can you do that, dude?
I'll give that to some kid at the weigh-in or something. Make it extra heavy out of it. It went from a 7.6 to a 7 foot extra heavy.
Broke one of his wife's rods earlier in the week, didn't he?
Yes, of course.
I thought that was on day one on purpose to derail her opportunity to beat him, but I don't know how that played out though, if that's true.
Get a little replay of. You know where he made his mistake?
It's never on the swing. It's when it lands and you're still tight.
Yeah.
He slid his hand up the rod in El Guapo. See that? When you slide
you
the
lose-
hand all the
lose
way
half the
up,
arc there.
you
when do
push
that.
the bend to the tip.
13 Fishing sent me these reels before I got here.
Yeah, you told me.
Yeah, they like this is what's really cool. It's called a Z, Concept Z, so it's like a Z, whatever, but it's got 0 bearings in it. So I'm putting them to the test this week for sure, both the drag and the non-bearing system. And so far, it's been bomber cast central.
He's wearing his Aaron Martin's button.
Yep.
Yeah, that's been.
Honor of a great one that we lost.
I'll say we got to sport them in studio this week because Chris reached out to me last week and said, do you have some photos of Aaron? I have some pins that I'd like to get made before the Redfish Cup so we could honor his memory of the last live event we do this year. So Chris sent them over to us,
That's so beautiful.
gave some to the staff
It is
there in person as well, and the anglers are all wearing them as well.
Only got one more in the boat too. Gosh.
Now,
Dude, how many fish we caught
how
today?
is it
30?
that this man
Gosh,
doesn't
dude, yeah.
have any hair on his knees?
I'd say so.
Is that from crawling around on the carpet of the bass boat?
I think so. Knee burn, heart burn.
I mean, I don't know why that just came to my mind or I saw that, but I'm like, I've got to ask this. So let me ask, Ronnie,
If you see a bass fisherman with a lot of hair on his knees, he's not catching many fish because he's not at the live well down in the...
He hadn't committed.
What were you saying, Captain Rick?
Let's take a look at this next team. We'll get back to that in 1 second. Himes and Gibbs, Tommy.
Yep, Florida team. Great day yesterday. As we've mentioned multiple times, they caught the numbers yesterday, and it may be biting them a little bit today.
They made, while we were off the air taking our break, they made a pretty good move. I know Mickey had lost a 5-pounder in a tree branch.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like they've upgraded.
Oh, that's him. Maybe. He hit good. Oh, yeah, he hit real good. Yep, good head shake. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
Yep, that's a pretty decent fish right there.
These guys predominantly have been throwing a jig head with a 4-inch soft plastic with some type of chartreuse tail. Just slow rolling it along the bottom.
Come on, 5-pounder, 6-pounder.
I think Jeremy actually was using one with a weed guard.
Coming around, coming around.
Yeah, go ahead. Come on, 6-pounder.
He's looking for a 6-pounder.
Yeah,
Come on, 8-pounder.
Yeah, need an 8-pounder at this point in the game.
Let me bring him to you. Let me get him turned. It's just that.
Okay. Just heard it. You good there, cameraman?
Oh.
It's going to be in the slot for sure.
Yeah, I wonder.
That's going to upgrade.
I think that is going to be an upgrade for him if he's looking for a fish over 5.5 pounds. Certainly not the monsters that we were seeing out of Rickard and Zaldain, but
we're just doing it 1/2 inch at a time.
23.5 inches right there. So.
All right. 6-0. 6-0. 6 pounds.
There's no way.
Okay. Let's reset it.
There you go.
That's a duo who's fished a lot of tournaments together with that response.
They're kind of like the Sunshine Boys, if you ever saw that old movie.
You tend to
They know each other.
You tend to do that when it's not like he deemed it as 6 pounds by the eyeball test. He is relying on a piece of equipment that he's trusting and his partner is not trusting. So I don't know where the debate goes on.
No resolution there.
if you know Jeremy, that's Jeremy. This is McCabe and Trait, right?
I believe it is, yeah. Skeeter Boats bird's eye view.
Looks like they're in some fairly shallow water. Again, a lot of the teams have been fishing all week this mottled type of bottom, sand holes mixed with some grass. Great habitat. It's what redfish love. The only thing you got to do now is add the school of mullet to trigger the bite.
Oh, man.
So we're to the right. Oh no, we're way to the right where it's throwing us. It's actually throwing us. Our 2 6-pounders came like right here. See?
So you see how they're drifting with the trolling motor up and the engine down, guys? What they're doing is what they call a Texas drift, and you use the motor. The big motor.
Now we're starting to point the right way?
As a skeg,
so, yeah.
he turned the motor
might be fine.
all the way to the left, and now it's going to make the boat go to the left. He's using the skeg to steer their drift.
Wow.
You tend to see that happens a lot when you try to load the boat. You don't have it straight. You start going wonky even for 10 feet. So, of course, a controlled drift that way, it'll definitely get that way.
That's what Ryan was talking about earlier. You want to set up your boat right so that you can get those good balance drifts.
Running that little ditch.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it does run through some islands. Or high tops.
The thing he's got to be careful there is if he has the engine down too far, now it's like his power poles are just going to simply stop him.
He's got a drift paddle, yeah.
Yeah. It seems like they're still moving. Boy, for sure the most improved team over the 2 days. But I got a question for you two guys. How do you like doing redfish tournaments over a bass tournament where we kind of have the restriction of how big the fish can be within inside of the slot? How do you like that, Tommy?
It's, you know, for redfish, it works perfectly. Absolutely perfectly. I think with bass, we like to go big. I mean, we don't want an upper limit on our bass.
They're hooked up right now. It's tough. It's tough because we celebrate big ones, and we've seen about 7 big ones go back. And so it's very difficult to be excited, but it is a special treat to catch an over. we know if the slot was 20 to 30, we would catch ones that were 30.5 inches as well. It doesn't matter what it is. It's always just a little too big or just a little too small.
What a shot. What an incredible place right there. Team trying to get positioned where they caught their 2 6-pounders earlier there. And right now, let's take it out on the water to our man, Dave Mercer, and our Lithium Pros live on the line. Dave Mercer, one more time before Dave has to go and prepare for weigh-in. Well, he's closer to weigh-in, to the weigh-in area right there. And Dave, your thoughts on this entire week? Who do you think got more out of this experiment? The people who love to watch bass fishing or people who love to watch red fishing? Bass fishermen or red fishermen?
I think in a world full of indecision and people not, one side, this side, I think this is the first time we all won. The angler on earth won because, it's been really interesting watching these guys learn from each other. And I've said that a few times, guys, but I'm really interested to see the things that move on after this, not just this event. But one of the things that stood out on the water that we saw is if you looked at yesterday's leaders, and they are one of the pure redfish teams, none of the guys from the elite from that, they were one of the only teams that we came across that was actually, throwing different baits. Most of the setup that we saw was anglers, doing the exact same thing as each other. Those guys were throwing different baits, and maybe that teamwork is showing up, being able to do that. You see that a lot of times in bass tournaments, but when you get guys who are new to this, they're going to stick with what they've been getting bites on. But I got one last point, guys, I got to give you, because we talked about Port Aransas, and it's an incredible place. You feel like you're on the islands almost. It's got a Florida Keys feel to it. If you don't believe me, it's a cool place. The #1 vehicle driven here, a golf cart. A golf cart, ladies and gentlemen. There's golf carts everywhere, and who doesn't want to live on a guy's telling me to be quiet? Sorry, sir. He doesn't want me to let the golf cart secret out, I guess. They're very secretive, but there is some awesome golf carts here. Maybe that's why I thought it's like Weekend at Bernie's. I don't know.
Dave, we have enjoyed your take on Port A, red fishing and bass fishing all together, and I hope you've enjoyed your full week down there. It sounds pretty much like you have, and you're getting ready for a big-time weigh-in, and we will have a champion when you get through with these 10 teams a little later on today. We sure look forward to that.
Thank you. Going to be a fun one.
Dave Mercer out there with us today on our Lithium Pros. Live on the line. Back out on the water. I think Dave likes Port A.
Oh, I think so too. What's not to like? They got beer girls at the wharf there going to be selling cold beer while they're doing the weigh-in. He was promoting that heavily yesterday. Hopefully that's still in effect.
Yeah, if you don't like that place, you need to get your head examined if you're a fisherman.
Sure. Stake us down.
Rainish day. Is he hooked up?
Yeah.
I think he may be, yeah.
He's bigger than what we got, maybe.
You sure?
Yeah, he's bigger than what we got, I think. Shit.
Did they not go down? Yeah, he might be.
I don't know if he's bigger, but we got to check him, huh?
I'll let you mess with him for a minute.
I got it.
All right. Good job. That was quick. I like it. Yeah, we should have probably been over here the whole freaking time.
Dwayne is such a student of Texas and Louisiana. He's just so diverse and so good at it. He's been all week, they've been catching their fish later in the day. I don't know if the fish are not there in the morning, obviously, but he's making some good adjustments. I'm just wondering if he's running out of time for these big fish to move into the area where he's been catching them. That little fish isn't going to help him, so he must have a couple 4-pounders or 5-pounders. Oh, he is going to help him. Yeah. I thought he threw it overboard. He dropped it back in the net.
He was just going to wet it down one more time there.
He does a great job of keeping the fish in the water. He takes really good care of them. That's certainly a part of the whole strategy. If they're not alive, then you get a 1-pound penalty per fish.
You
don't want that. Absolutely not. Check back in with our hybrid team of bass and saltwater angler. Fishing Manning and Matt Herron.
Fishing really close to Houston and Hudnall, so they're in the same zip code.
That cull moved Walters and Eshte within 5 pounds, but they've moved 3 different spots. They went from 5th
That's a
up
good
to
one.
3rd.
Hold down.
They went from where to where?
5th to 3rd.
Whoa.
Man.
You know, Chad and Matt had, you know, a slow day in the first day, if I remember correctly.
Yes, they did. Sure did.
But, you know, one of the things that I'm impressed with all these teams is
What do
how
you think?
well
About the same size we got in the
they
box?
have adjusted their game plans. Even though they were dealt some weather situation yesterday, but including their pre-fishing, they've been able to fish here a total of 7 days. And this shows a sign of a true professional, and that is whether you're bass or fresh or saltwater, to be able to adjust to where it's in your advantage is a huge part of it.
I don't think he's as big as you think.
And all our teams have done a really good job today of making the adjustments.
You ready?
Herron and Manning with right at about 10 pounds.
I'll let you pull with him.
10 pounds. See if this one helps or not. First, if it measures. You're just joining us. It's going to take a fish between 20 and 28 inches to be legally put in the live well and taken to the weigh-in.
I will. Hold on, I'm gonna.
That one should fill the bill.
Got to be over. Probably has 2 5-pounders, or maybe has a 6 and a 4.
All the rest of them are 24 and 24 and a half, right? Yep. So he's just the same size. He's just the same size.
See, that just goes to show, we've been saying it for 3 days, Tommy. Usually the fish that you're catching are going to be the fish that are there as well. They're school fish that move onto a flat, and they all have a tendency to be the same size because they have to swim together, and they don't want the bigger or smaller fish get either left behind or they,
Thanks for getting,
you know, the small fish will get left behind from a big school.
Haven't checked in with the team of Thomas Barlow and Glenn Vann in a little while now. Certainly had a great first 2 days of fishing here in Port A, and today it's been a little bit lackluster in comparison.
Looking at the body language.
Ooh, that was a big one, see him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's on that flat.
Remember, these guys were really
Don't make
keying
it easy.
in
One
on
right here.
birds.
Coming at you.
That's one thing we have not seen anywhere today. I wonder
No.
what's... Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
That one may help. Here's what size of me.
Little softer bottom over on that west side of the intercoastal. See how it's muddied up the water there?
I just looked down and there he was.
But that soft bottom will hold the heat on a bluebird day like this through the night.
Your big buddy on the. I thought they were in my reach, but they weren't. There's one pair of pliers. Hand me the other pair of pliers. That one's in the drink.
That's the day they're having.
Oh, man.
There you go. I got him.
If you think if they have 12-12, as indicated on the scoreboard, you don't really think that one is going to be a helper, but you never know. 23, 24 inch fish, right?
A little fatter.
They must have one good one and one medium-sized one, and that's why they're
24?
24 inches.
Either way.
5 1/4.
Help. All right, a little bit of help.
Something there.
They must have one that's forward chain.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's break down for just a second and pursue something that's a lot of fun. It's a 5-hour energy. Daily trivia question. Redfish can survive in pressure salt water that has a specific level of which chemical? Calcium, magnesium, carbon, or krypton? Krypton or kryptonite? We'll accept either answer right there. So think about that. We'll take a break and be right back.
The Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup is brought to you by Yamaha, Humminbird, and by Power Pole.
Into our final couple of hours of fishing time. It has been an exciting week here, 3 days of fishing here. This Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup competition. 5-hour energy daily trivia question. Okay, here it is. I'll lay it on you one more time. Redfish can survive in pressure salt water that has a specific level of which chemical? Is it calcium? Is it magnesium? Is it carbon or is it krypton? And we will also accept kryptonite, I guess is an answer. Ronnie Moore, lay it on me.
I mean, it's a good thing I went to school for this kind of science because I know this one is 100% B magnesium.
Okay, I'm saying it's 100%. Well, go ahead, Rick. I'll let you go first.
I say A, because I really don't understand any of the other three, and I only understand calcium because I drink occasional glasses.
It's A or B, I guarantee you. I'm going to say A. I'll go with you, Rick.
All right.
What do we got?
See,
It is.
calcium. I told you journalism school's paying off because I have no idea anything about science.
Well, you know how they recruit for journalism school nowadays, right?
How? How?
You can change the world and no math required.
Hey,
how about that?
okay,
Yeah,
good. Good deal.
That's journalism school.
Look at this habitat, Tommy. It's just stunning.
Gorgeous. First birds we've seen today, though. Isn't that strange?
Yeah, the brown pelican just making a move. He's running for his life from the drone, obviously. No, I'm just kidding. But what stands out to me here is all of the white sand pockets mixed with the beautiful, beautiful, beautiful grass that Texas has to offer. And it's the perfect habitat for raising redfish, whether it's small fish or big fish and even oversized fish that have graduated to the Gulf of Mexico. What a perfect estuary to have a redfish tournament.
Beautiful.
I was going to try to pull a joke on you there, Tommy, saying, look at those 3 redfish tracking below those pelicans, but it was their shadows as they were flying.
You probably could have proved it. It's hooked up.
So when we last checked in with these guys, they were arguing over one fish being a 5-pounder or not. Yep. I don't know how that all played out. Hopefully this is a 7-pounder and it doesn't matter. Nope. I would say by far, this team has caught more fish than all the other teams. Look at it, a doubleheader.
Once again, man.
But you know what? This is not a numbers game.
No.
This is about being around the right size fish.
Just need some bigger fish.
And their strategy from the beginning was we want to catch as many as possible and weed through them. We'll catch big ones eventually. And they did one of them.
Yeah.
Well, I think Jeremy went with what he had, and he found him pre-fishing 6-pounders or 6.5-pounders, which would give him 13 pounds a day. And he felt like, well, if I can do 39 pounds, then that means the other guys are just simply going to have to beat me. And he underestimated, in my opinion, how good these teams are.
Boy.
2.6.
We have really seen some great action. Some good action in this boat right there. Trey Zaldain, Matt McCabe.
For sure, in my opinion, the most improved team of the tournament. I really enjoyed watching them make adjustments, and bringing the bass game to the redfish flats. She picked up a chatterbait yesterday and put it down for a little while. Didn't catch as many, but she did catch more fish yesterday than her husband, which that probably made good for some dinner conversation. Certainly not the weight that he's catching, but but you know, listen, it's all fun.
Yeah.
And lots of confidence.
He short struck it. Got a redfish. But he short struck it, and I had to drop it right on the bottom. Look at, there's another fish right there with him. He took off. But he was sitting right in that sand hole, or he followed me into that sand hole. Huh? Come on, man. Little puppy drum. Well, we know they eat a white now.
Looks like to me what they're doing, Tommy, is they're just blind casting into all these potholes.
It 2 more times, just left it on the bottom and didn't even touch it. And I went to move it, and there he was. Yeah.
Let's make a move now. Day. Patrick Walters.
They had the biggest weights yesterday of day 2.
Absolutely. Moved up today. They really had a slow start today. They moved up into double digits, 11 pounds in their 2 fish.
That's
There's another one.
That's him. Dwayne, that is him. It's the fish, Dwayne.
You know, I tell you, he's just playing a strategy. He knows these fish are going to move into this series of potholes wherever he is fishing during a certain time of the day. Now, whether that's tide driven or whether that's wind driven, I don't know the answer to that.
Green Acres is the place to be. You ready? He's going to me. I'm here. I don't think he's ready. He's not, but he was swimming to me hard.
Oh, a pretty good one on there.
That hurts. That's right. Catch another one.
Oh, had him on.
Let's catch another one. Yep.
That can hurt the psyche for sure.
We're good. Yep, we're good. For the dog.
They have indeed progressed from being the most talkative, energetic team from day 1 to the most serious and quiet team, as it's kind of faded on them a little bit today.
It's all good. A lot of green water in the front of us.
They need more big ones. They do have one good big one in the boat. Let's take a look at how that one got in there. Very nice day with the hookup.
You ready? Yep. Turn his head up. Good job.
Dwayne, I was worried about that fish, son. Damn good fish, Dwayne.
It's a solid 7.5 pounder.
You got this whole cover. I'm gonna go out.
Is there a time of year where a 28-inch redfish will weigh tremendously more than they do now, or is this a normal weight, an 8 to 8.5 pound 28-inch redfish? Is that the normal weight for a fish that big?
I think that's pretty normal. I'm not sure in regards to Texas. I can tell you if we were in Venice, Louisiana, because of all the pogies that move in from out of the Gulf of Mexico and get on the shoreline,
Still looking for an
that
upgrade, man.
27-inch fish could weigh 10 pounds because of high high
And that
protein that the
30-minute drive
Pogies
home would
bringing.
be a celebration if we
Again,
get one more upgrade.
you know, that's a big difference in what makes them fat versus not, and if they're
We got
caught
two
in
good
ponds,
ones in the box, man.
you
I
know.
think they're about 27 inches, and they're around 8 pounds apiece. So I think the biggest sack so far weighed in is like 15 and a half, and we got that. We got
Yeah,
that.
15.8 yesterday.
15.8.
Yeah.
Patrick Walters and Eshite.
Which was a great bag. Great bag.
And we threw back a 28 incher today too. I mean, like, it slowed down. It seems like it slowed down, but there's grass is blowing in here, and it's harder to make casts. So we've got a little backup area that we caught an 8-pounder in practice too, that we're probably going to transition to. But before we leave, got to leave here at the latest 2 o'clock with a 2:45 weigh-in. What's in the middle over there? Is that a turtle? Just a floating piece of grass or something.
I don't know. Oh, there he was right there. Was a good hit right there. I'm gonna pull down right here, dude. That was a good hit.
Right. Still wondering about your chemistry props there, Ronnie. You learned in school 100% that it was magnesium?
Yeah, something
That's
is.
right.
Something definitely has to have magnesium in it for something to live in it, but it might not be redfish. But, you know, I didn't tell you what my grade
be
was in that class.
some
and,
sort of
yeah,
protozoan
if I was
or
actually paying
amoeba or
attention, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That might have been on my vitamin label I read yesterday. I have no idea.
One a day?
Yeah, exactly. Our producers are ribbing me because I sounded 100% sure of my answer, but that was 100% sarcasm because during the commercial break I noted how Such pulls the trivias that I have no idea.
You're going to do
over
the
the
old
last 6
sarcasm
months.
route
Yeah, exactly.
as far as the backpedaling goes?
100%.
Okay.
Well, that certainly supports why you didn't know who Paul Perdome
That is true.
was.
Yes, that's true.
But we'll give you that.
It is.
Oh.
It is.
You got to feel for Land and Savoie. You
Yeah.
know, they've been leading. They were leading after day 1, and they were leading after day 2.
They were third or fourth after day 1. They had 13 and change, almost 14 pounds, but we had those guys who had 15.
Oh, that's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So they were a little lower than their expectations, but then they ticked it up a notch yesterday. And they've been the consistent bunch. That's the thing. They have never had a big day. 14 and a half is their biggest, and they've never had less than 13 and a third.
They've been fishing close all week long. We just heard Rickard and Zaldain say they have 1 hour left to fish because of where they are. I would expect these guys would have closer to an hour and a half fishing time available, and they didn't, nothing wrong with them that a 7 and an 8 wouldn't fix.
That's right. An 8-pounder would certainly supercharge that bow of that boat.
No doubt. Manning and Herron.
So it looks like Chad is just fishing a weighted worm hook
Got it?
with
Yep.
a white gulp shrimp and
Good
just
one.
reeling it back slowly.
I done got you wadded up or something. What are you doing?
Trying to put the power pole down.
That done got some belly to it. Ain't one of them big old drums, is it?
He doesn't want the black drum. He caught a black drum either yesterday
He's
or
had
the
all he
first
wants, a
day.
black drum, I think.
Yeah.
I told you right here around this chute where this tide pulls through.
I'm coming your way, Bubba.
Trying to see if you got anybody behind you. That big red? Get in that, just in case.
Yeah, well.
Huh?
You know, Chad puts a lot of
I think
pressure
he's going to be right there
on fish, and he seemed to be babying this one a little bit.
See, they were all
Or he's
pouring
just big.
Yeah, he
same
could be.
day to the same mama. He gonna help.
Huh?
I don't think he'll help with a little more board measure.
What a pretty fish.
He's pretty, man. Old copper, red, gold.
He's definitely fat. For how short he is, look how fat he is.
He ain't gonna help. You can throw him on the board. There you go.
There you go.
I could use one of those energy drinks right about now too, Tommy. I saw that. on
6
top
hours
the
of talking will
console.
And I'll put him on
I
the
have
board for the hell of
a
it.
lot of respect for when I see you guys in here doing Bass Elite.
He's 23 inches, man.
He's just so a little
fat.
silly, you know, when you talk for that long. It's a little like a Jerry Lewis telethon or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
23.
23.
Yeah, just 23 and 3/4.
That one fooled Manning.
Yeah, he thought he had more than that.
Fish had a lot of heart. Must have pulled like a 6-pounder.
Yeah.
They'll do that to you sometimes.
Hey, when you need it 8 with an hour left in the fishing day, you may hope and pray a little bit as added weight.
And then you have Zaldain releasing a 7-pounder like he's getting rid of checking his domino card.
Zaldain and Rickard on top for sure, holding on to that good margin now at 4 pounds, not 5 pounds. So Vann and Savoie working their way up the leaderboard. They got a long way to go in a short period of time. We'll be right back.
You're watching the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship, presented by Skeeter Boats.
Back here in Southeast Texas, continuing on into the final hour of fishing for a lot of our anglers when you count in travel time to get back to Port Aransas and the weigh-in. So the clock is ticking in the background, and that ticking just keeps getting louder and louder if you're behind, and it gets kind of loud if you're ahead too. You want it to tick fast when you got a lead. I don't know how aware Ryan Rickard and Chris Zaldain are aware of their lead right now, but they'd love to wrap it up right now.
The one thing that they are aware of is what the biggest bag of the tournament was, and they keep mentioning that. Yesterday's 15-8. They know they've eclipsed that, so if they don't win today, they didn't lose, they just got beat, because obviously it's the other team that beats them would have had a giant day as well.
And that's one of the cool parts about the format here, is that nobody knows what anybody else is doing.
Yeah, you're fishing on your own instincts, not being influenced by anybody else's weight or updates, and you can just go and put your game plan to the test.
We got about an hour of fishing left to do, and we got time for about 2-3 more drifts. There's a mullet right there, and we just got to make one more coal. That's all we got to do is just catch one more fish, and then give ourselves a chance. And that's all you can ask for is just.
Yep. We're one bite away.
Yep.
I mean, from getting a legit shot, but we're gonna make a run back to make another drift, so stay tuned, see what happens.
We're gonna go further that way.
You know, look at how this team is working together. You know, the younger generation certainly major league dialed in on how the electronics, how they work, how they've created waypoints, how they've created drift tracks, versus Dwayne, 57 years old, a little bit more old school, relies on his eyes, relies on the equipment to drift. And I'm really impressed with how well these two have gelled together.
When you talk about Patrick Walters and the electronics, I mean, beyond what you said there, when you get into the forward-facing sonar and things like that, he may be the best of all, right?
I'm surprised he didn't put one on the front this week and be able to scope those redfish out with his eyes, you know, looking down and not having to look up.
Yeah, he'd feel more at home.
Should be another good drift right here. We came far enough over. See if we can make it happen.
Looks like Vann and Barlow have found their school of tailing fish in the bottom right of your screen. They're on point,
right, D-Wing.
casting specifically at something.
See one?
No, just a little sand impression there.
There was a sheephead right there.
In the upper right-hand corner, we got the breakwater that Nicky Savoie had to net the fish for Travis because Travis just didn't have enough reach. But those guys are back to fishing that breakwater.
Yeah, you know, the birds are there. They've caught fish there. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, they caught some 9-pounders in pre-fishing there. And boy, what a 9-pounder would do for the momentum of that boat right now.
It's one of the rare occasions where Nicky hooked and had to land his own fish with the net. He just had to do the trade of the net and the rod.
Yep. He's up to it. He's the man for the job.
Going through this one?
Yeah.
We heard from Landon Savoie
That porpoise right there.
before we started today, and Travis told us that these places they're fishing are places his dad had brought him back in the days. Some of them very specific to those places, and that now his dad's going through some issues right now. We're talking about how great it would be if they could pull off the win here.
Absolutely.
Thoughts and prayers are definitely with his family.
Yep.
Ooh, stop it.
It's a little trout.
Speckled trout.
Now, Manning and Herring have caught a lot of fish today. They just haven't caught the 2 month. They had one fish early that was oversized.
Yeah.
Bad
Just a half
break,
inch oversized.
obviously, but man, they have really, their adjustment was really a good one because they've been around a lot of fish.
Captain Rick, you've been around red fishing and saltwater fishing your whole life, and that's what your craft is. What does Bassmaster Live or the live coverage to this event this week, does that give red fishing a big hope and a shot in the arm for future developments of this sport fishing aspect?
Oh, absolutely. You know, to be able to monitor what these teams are
I
doing
regret not being able to take a shower before.
and be able to share it with people in real time is state of the art. You know, and certainly red fishing is not nearly as popular as bass fishing is throughout the country. But the one thing I do know, Ronnie, is that because saltwater fishing has different dynamics, meaning different species, you know, snook and redfish and trout, you could do this with a trout tournament as well. And they've got monster trout tournaments throughout Texas. So, you know, for this company that's putting on all this, you know, you guys may be opening up a real cool can of cool stuff. We may be covering offshore tournaments.
I'm thinking billfish may be coming up on the horizon too. You know?
And having the mixture, the crossover of redfish anglers competing with bass anglers and multi-species, it really unites the whole sport. And what have you, obviously the fan of red fishing, they go out and they rely on their own knowledge, but then being able to watch other teams, the learning aspect. What have you learned this week? You know plenty about this, but seeing these bass anglers try things that seasoned redfish pros, like, what are you doing throwing that? You don't need to throw that to catch them, but they can catch them with that. It opens that avenue up.
Well, I think the chatterbait is certainly something that we're going to have to really do a lot more experiencing with, because we had guys throwing spoons, which is a good search lure. And a lot of times redfish eat that. But is that now something that the redfish have seen so much that that's why the chatterbait, I believe, outfished the spoon in some situations? The other thing that you got to also remember, Ronnie and Tommy, is the 2 #1 states in the union, Florida being #1 for licensed anglers in saltwater, and Texas being #2. So what a great venue that you have great bass fishing in both of those states, but then they're 1 and 2 in saltwater and total licenses and boat registrations as well. So guess what? What you guys are doing here is really a great thing for you know, those particular states and this species redfish.
Well, let's hope it grows. That's good. Now, speaking of Florida and Texas, here's one that's going to stir the pot a little bit more. Putting you on the spot here, who does better? Florida redfish anglers when they come to Texas, or Texas anglers when they come to Florida?
That's not even, you don't even have to think about that. Guaranteed the Florida guys do better in Texas than the Texas guys do in Florida.
What's the differences?
Well, the difference is you're talking about fish in Florida that are generally so educated, so much harder to catch. It obviously depends on the time of year. If we were to be in Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda, where we've had many redfish cups, if we were to be there now, you would be amazed at the red fishing. It would be a lot like this. There would be hundreds of fish being caught over the 3 days. But if you were to go there in the spring when we're still on the cold side of winter time, oh, it could be like a tough bass tournament where you're only seeing 1 or 2 fish caught per day per team, you see? So the key to red fishing, and just like I think you guys now with bass, you're scheduling all the tournaments on the lakes that have big fish during what should be close to the best time.
Right.
And I think that as we expand this, and I hope that we do, that we sit down and we think, okay, this is a great time to be in, Port Aransas. This is a great place to be, a great time to be in the Carolinas, in Louisiana, and in Florida. There's the 4 venues that we should probably think about if we were going to expand it into a 4, tournament series.
I got a text yesterday from Clint Davis, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro, said,
sure.
Hey, so what are the odds we could do this with crappie fishing and we can have a crossover? Because I'm down, and so a lot of fishermen in general love catching fish, but they specialize in redfish, or they specialize in bass, or they specialize in crappie, but they love catching them all.
Sure.
And catching all of them helps you learn so much more. I guarantee you the way some of these Elite Series pros kind of approach shallow largemouth or smallmouth on the flats up north will be different next year because of what they've learned on being stealthy or patience and whatnot.
Sure.
Waiting till you see the direction those fish are going.
Look at this redfish right there. A school of them right there. They were all sitting, all those fish were sitting in that pothole right there.
Oh. Except that one who's on the end of your line there, Mr. Chad Manning.
Good one? I don't know, but I'm gonna power pull down because we just seen a bunch of fish. They're all that whole group of fish.
Is in that hole right there?
We're sitting in that hole right there.
No.
Yeah, there was 10 fish sitting right there in that sand hole. Just sitting. This bite has really slowed down. I mean, there's a ton of these little guys and some bruisers mixed in. We just hadn't got the bruisers to eat. We got 2 decent fish in the box, so we're just gonna keep picking at them. As you can tell, that point way over there is where we've started, and we've worked from there to here all day and probably pick up and do it all over again. That fish missed that bait 3 times.
They done got to eating that gup, so.
Chad Manning with a little analysis of
Dude, did I just get bit again? Come on.
the results, and maybe about to hook up again.
He may be getting tapped by the pinfish as he comes across those holes. Pinfish are pretty famous for jerking on your chain because
when
the
we came in this morning,
just really triggers all that.
The water was a little bit lower, and we didn't have this wind. The wind couldn't make up its mind what way it wanted to blow. Like it didn't matter where we went, we just kept getting wind in our face. Now we have an actual real wind direction. I don't think it's gonna change between now and the end of fishing. So we're actually able to cover more ground with the wind to our back, which is gonna help us. Like there's a fish right here on my bait. A little guy. So we're able to fish the same areas faster. Before we were really slow and there wasn't any wind, but we could see fish. Now we just rolled up, there's that pothole right there, had some fish in it, no help.
Let it up, because what we're gonna do, we're gonna go around that ring out there, work our way out, come to the
There's a ton of fish in here. We just got to get the right two to bite.
And we got to get on the right drift, you know.
A great example, Tommy, of redfish habitat. Perfect place. All those sand holes, plenty of place for them to lay and let something swim over the top of them and ambush it.
Now back to Florida. What would be the Florida equivalent of this place? Set up similarly with such a tremendous amount of forage.
Certainly Sarasota Bay, Tampa Bay would be an area that you could have it. It'd be very similar. Wouldn't be very much of an adjustment for the Texas guys or the Louisiana guys.
We could weigh in at Power Pole right there in Tampa if you wanted to, just roll right in.
Oh, absolutely. You know, but, and plus that's a big area, so it would work really, really well.
30-minute drift, catch a big one.
You know what that overhead looked like? It just screams magnesium. I mean, when I look at that, it just screams magnesium.
Really? Yeah.
It might not be so much. It might not be essential, but it's got to be present.
Swim towards me.
Does it feel good or no?
Uh-oh, he's turning.
You know what this scene here?
He feels good, dude.
It screams testosterone and big redfish.
Oh, boy.
Adrenaline?
Yes.
Yeah.
Whoa. Dude, this might be a good one.
We're down. Poles are down.
That's a heavy fish, dude. Oh,
Good head
that's
shake.
a big head shake.
Good head shake. That's what I want to see. Good head shake.
If these guys can upgrade
Good head
to
shake, buddy.
8-pounders,
That's a good fish.
they
That's a good fish.
deserve
That's a
to
good
win.
Fish, but I don't know. It's got to be
Can't
heavy.
argue with you there.
It's got to be heavy for us to help. Yeah, it's like a 7.
Whoa.
Gosh, that's a good one. Come on with it. Ooh, nice snag. That's a big fish, dude. Whoa, through the net.
My net broke, bro.
Through the net.
My net broke.
Through the net.
Still hooked up.
What do we do? Yeah, I got him on.
I don't know what to do. He's got to now get it back through the net, though.
Oh, gosh, that's a big
You
fish,
can do.
too.
Yeah, it is.
See if you could tangle him up in the net.
It'd be a shame if these guys didn't have a 7-pounder in the boat, rather less 2 8s.
Through. Yeah, there you go. It's a big one.
How is that possible?
Thing smashed it, dude. Like gone. Look
about
at
a hole in the net, dude.
Swim bait's gone.
Buddy, this is
a big fish, dude. Dude, show him that. Look at the freaking swim bait. You can't even see it.
Look at that in there.
You can't even see it. Dude, how big is this?
I don't know. I don't think he's got the length. 7 pounds.
Oh, dude, how many 7s have you caught today?
I was just about
Did
to
you
mention,
hear
I think
that?
they've
Oh.
Gonzo'd it.
They've caught more 7s and up today than I
Dude,
think
what
we've
about
seen
that? A
all
hole
week.
in my net.
Yeah.
How's that happen?
Catching.
Okay, the net has one job, right? Yeah, the net has one job. That did not happen.
These guys have caught so many fish, they've worn the net out. They need retread on the net.
That's right. They're going to have to take it into the shop. Put it in the shop all next week.
I think that's 50 grand they can buy one, Tommy.
That's fishing. More fishing to come. We got another half hour for you. Don't go away.
The Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup is brought to you by Skeeter Boats, Minn Kota, and by Lithium Pros.
Championship Sunday is going closer and closer to its thrilling conclusion here. We can tell you that. There is some fishing time left for these teams out here. Some of them who have longer travel times have less fishing time. Man, oh man, that's the way it stands right now. Zaldain and Rickard, 4 pounds ahead of Land and Savoie. Waters and Echte have moved up into the 3rd place spot there. Actually, just an ounce ahead of Houston and Hudnall. Tightening up a little bit here toward the end of the day. Somebody's going to be able to throw a Hail Mary. Is it going to happen? Going to be able to tie Zaldain and Rickard? It's got to happen fast. We do know that. Oh, the music, Rick. You know what that music means.
I know it's time for the power pole play of the day. You know, and these guys, Rickard and Zaldain, they have been throwing away 6 and 7 pounders, like, you know, giving away peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. But look,
oh no,
these guys have worn out a net. I've never seen this before in my career, that you could literally in a 3-day period wear your net out, wear a hole in the bottom. And here they are with a 7-pounder, which it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, do that.
Because they have 2 8s sitting in the well. But you know what? If they, as Ronnie said during the commercial break there, if they win, they'll have enough money to buy a new net.
Oh, absolutely. If they win, I'd take that net and hang it on the wall.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
If they win, they have enough money to buy me a net, Captain Rick.
Yeah, man. I'm going to tell you, but you know what? For most people, that's just, that they'll never forget that as the power pole play of the day for sure. Replay of the day.
Boy, tough day for this Florida team. Chris Sensi and Kennedy. Kennedy from Louisiana.
Sensi from Jacksonville Beach. He owns Slayer Inc. Lures. And I got to tell you, you know, being from Jacksonville,
watch that.
You know, we call that place the land of 1,000 casts.
Yeah, so we don't get to watch it.
And what ends up happening is this is,
It'll be,
you know, it's in his wheelhouse, being able to
while.
make 1,000 casts a day.
Oh, there we go.
Chris Kennedy hooked up.
I can't. Get the net. Not huge. Huge. He ain't making just. No, he didn't. That's an okay fish. Be 5.
Go.
Broke the ice.
On the deck he goes, real light. You got it?
Real light, you got it.
Fishing.
Go ahead.
Guess they're looking for this fish to possibly upgrade
Hey, Brandon,
them
you
a
ever
little
seen
bit.
one of these before? Oh, finally caught one of these little stinkers today. What a day. Thank you, little fish.
Stocky fish, but guess what? Just not long enough.
Get off.
But that's the
Let's see what
right
we got here. We
look.
got us
That's what
about
you
a
want. Fat fish.
What's the biggest fish we caught this whole tournament? 5 pounds?
I think so.
That's what we got, 5 pounds.
You know, and that's what
5
happens.
pound redfish.
You just sometimes drop into towns and you just, you catch what you catch in pre-fishing. You can't be disappointed at the end of the 3 days if you only weigh in, you know, 15 pounds in 3 days or whatever it may be. If you're only on 3-pounders, you're only on 5-pounders or 7-pounders, it is what it is when you get weighed in. I'm still think that these guys have one big fish there. He is.
This may be it.
Is that a big one?
Huh?
Is that a big one?
Flip him in.
You want to weigh him, or no? He's
No,
not a cook.
I don't think he's, no, he ain't bigger than 4.5, 5. I wish he was 5, over 5. I wish he was 7. Yeah.
One with a dog.
Shit. Ain't got enough weight.
Ashton
What
Walters.
is it? It is 136.
We're gonna,
We got like one more drift in us, I think.
if we're lucky, yep. We move now.
Aldyne and McCabe.
You want to move now?
You
4
tell
more
me.
casts.
All right.
They got to be careful
All
that
good.
the tide doesn't go out and it gets too shallow and now they can't get back.
Oh my God,
It's
big.
a good one.
Big.
Take your time, sweetie. Take your time. Let me reel up and pull down.
One more cast.
One
That's
more
funny.
cast. Take your time.
No, it's coming our way.
Okay.
We're
I'm
good.
down. Poles are down.
Oh my God.
I'm on your left
Yeah,
right
it's
now.
coming,
We're
coming right,
coming right. Okay.
Pull and drag.
Oh, good one, good one.
Oh, she's hot.
All right.
She's real hot.
Well, we ain't got no trolling motor down.
She's hot.
Come on.
There she is. There she is. Here she is. She's flipped around.
You got her.
Yeah. I don't know if she's big enough, but she fought like she was big. That was the first one that really pulled drag. She must have just been hot. I don't know if she's gonna help, but
I don't know. We're gonna see.
And with all that going on, that's what's going on in the back of the boat there. That is Kai. He's a good boy. Who is a good boy? I think Kai is a good boy.
Yeah, Kai's like, when do we eat?
It's like, how long you guys have to get back to weigh-in?
You know, I could use that nap. We started pretty early today, Tommy. All
Nice
3
bowl
days.
of dog food and a nap, huh?
Yeah, man. So we gotta take another look at our leaders.
16 pounds, 4 ounces, best 2-fish limit of the tournament. What a day to do
We're
it.
gonna get another bite or two.
You know, for the people that are just tuning in,
I think it's more.
Yep, there's one.
Oh my God.
Oh boy.
Oh my God, guys.
Dude.
Oh my God, guys.
Tell me this is it. Tell me this is it, bro.
Oh my gosh, guys.
Oh, that's a big one.
Don't pull down. Don't pull down. Don't pull down. Don't pull down. Lift them.
All right. It was to drift towards them to close
He's
the
got me in
gap.
the grass, guys. I don't like this at all. That's not good when they put their head in that grass. It's hard to keep them tight.
You got it, bud. You got it.
Hard to keep them tight.
I got a broken net. Remember that. So take your time.
He's in the grass bad, bro. That is not good.
Give me the remote. I'll go towards it. This could be the one, dude.
No, I can 100% tell you this is the one. Beyond any shadow of a doubt, bro. I can tell the weight on that fish.
You know what I could do is grab a crankbait and just kind of.
Pull down now. Pull down now. Please. Oh my God, bro.
That's a
Oh my
tank.
God.
That's a tank, dude. That's a freaking tank. Stay on there, dude. Stay on there. Stay on there. Oh my gosh, we need this fish. That's a big one.
I wish this grass
freaking
was not
big
on
one,
me, dude.
Oh my gosh. That's a giant. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. That's a freaking tanker.
Bear hug it if you have to,
Yeah,
Chris.
I will.
Oh, get to him.
Come here. Up. His head's not moving. You got him.
Yeah, boy, yeah. Yeah. Fit.
Dude, that is a long fish, dude. That's a long fish.
Hand me the,
That is a giant, dude. Please go. Please go. Yep, it's in.
He's there all day.
It's in.
Oh, got him.
That one.
Be the man.
Be
the one. Oh, he's heavy.
8.5
That is a
or
big
so.
fish.
8 1/4.
Holy shit, dude. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
That's all right. 8.5.
He's
I think
8.5.
he's 8.5, dude.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. All right, we got.
All right, hold
Pull
on.
the digital. Pull the digital. What do you think?
No.
No?
No, I need to find the one that's right at 8.
Okay.
Listen, here's what we need to do. Hand me your foot.
So
Put the stem in.
he is super confident that these fish are well within the 28-inch line.
Oh my
This
God, you
could
guys.
be
I just freaking said we're gonna get one
problematic
more bite
if
there.
they have one
that
that
is
is
an absolute
slightly
beast.
over. They could go from
27?
having a sure 16 and a
Yeah, you may have
quarter
him on the
pounds
slant.
right
Okay.
now
What do we
in
do?
the
Go up
well
to my-
to
go up to
having
my
one
thing.
DQ'd
The
because
second
he's
from
too
the top
big.
right, it says live well fill. Hit it
They're-
one time.
Which wipes out the victory.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Now you go from first to who knows what.
I wonder when are they going to measure this fish?
They measured him, but I didn't see him. It must
didn't
not
see a
even have been close.
It must have been a 27 even, and it was
Dude,
just
he's so
fatter than the
freaking
rest,
big, I
you
can't
know.
even hold him straight. Oh my God, this fish is freaking
That's
fat.
a giant.
The freak of nature has just
Chris,
shown
I
up.
will- Can you do me one more favor?
Yep. What do you got?
Can you come and kind of push that trolling motor head right here backwards, get in that compartment?
Oh, that hurt.
Oh, you all right?
I'm good.
Get some rejuvenated out of that right here, behind you. Right here behind you. Right here. bunch of that in there.
I will say for as many fish over 7 pounds they've caught today, which is probably more than we've seen combined this whole week, they've only caught one that's over. So they have located that 27 to 28 inch fish that's fatter than all these other 27 inch to 28 inch fish we've seen this week.
Do what you gotta do.
All right, bro. Let me
This
know.
fish, I got this.
Something to watch as we draw to the weigh-in. Closer and closer. And we look at this with an impaired landing net here. Look at the girth on this fish. Oh, these guys have been giving us fireworks all day long, and we'll be back with more.
You're watching the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup Championship, presented by Skeeter Boats.
Final minutes for our team in the lead. Zaldain and Rickard, and they just caught a giant. What you might call an outlier. And that's the one that they're letting go. That gives you an idea
Look at that
of how big the fish they just pulled in the boat. And really, this is they're out of time. I mean, this is when they said quarter of, they got to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
Good work, Rickard.
Oh my gosh, we got a shot, boys.
We got 17, maybe?
Hey, that's a true 8.5, Chris.
17.
That's a true 8.5. Not even close to 28, dude.
Dude, that was a freaking tanker.
Let's get cleaned up and roll. Dude, it's 2:45. Let's give ourselves an hour.
145, yep.
Sorry, yeah, 145. Dude, great net job, dude. Frick, I was so worried about it.
And still, no change in the back of the boat.
Kai is not impressed.
Not even no change in another angler's boat. Another angler's boat.
Oh, I know how he feels.
Yeah, I mean, come on. The marshal's life is not easy.
Oh, I see the
can
cut
tell you
between
right
it. Okay.
At
Well,
what
we
time?
got plenty of time. You want 15 minutes once we're there. Our clock's going to go off. Or you said 20 minutes.
I'd like 20.
And then I gave us another 15 on top of that to make that idle to it, which we probably don't need that much, but, you know.
Yeah, because we're closer to it now.
Mm-hmm. But it'll at least tell us to start thinking about it, you know, when it goes off. I always do the whole, I set like multiple alarms. I was late one time to weigh in for no reason, and it hurt my co-angler, and I was devastated. You know, I didn't really have good weight, but I don't like to hurt my co-angler like that, so I set alarms from now on. And I wear a watch so it pings my wrist when the alarm goes off.
All the teams are thinking about how much time they got to go to get back to the ramp and get up to the weigh station and be checked in.
Good tournament like this, you get a little sad when you start hearing that arithmetic, which means we're going to quit seeing two.
I'm like, what in the world?
Patrick Walters. A bit of a disappointment for them today. They're about 5.5 pounds back of our leaders. Quickly running out of time.
Running out of time and running out of the number of fish on this body of water that could actually get it done for them. That's the thing. They're running out of time, but the Zaldain and Rickard boat almost have boxed them out where they gotta have two 8.5 pounders.
There she is.
Yeah.
These guys have pretty much stuck with the same 1/4 ounce to 3/8 ounce jig head with the gulp, ripping mullet, or I'm not sure exactly what it's called, but
Ripper mullet.
Ripple mullet.
Yeah.
Ripple mullet.
Ripple mullet.
They were using a dark body with a chartreuse tail, and you know, I mean, all 3 days, that's pretty much what they've
Pick the balls
thrown.
up, Dwayne. I want to go to her a little bit. Hold up, just wait. She come fully. She was stuck in the grass. Here she comes. Here she comes.
Come this way if you need. I'm coming up. Watch, come over.
Get ready. Let's play her. Come on. Let's fetch her.
It's a pretty good one, yeah.
That's a good one. They are way down south. I don't know how long their run's gonna be, but they are.
You're right, they're
not quite to the southern boundary, but not very far from it.
roughly where Aldyne and Rickard were.
Yeah.
And they've already taken off, Rickard and Zaldain, so these guys are
definitely
right on the edge.
Pushing it to the last second because they know they don't have enough to win. They're trying their hardest. This is the fish that can help them get closer.
Oh, Jesus.
But it is long.
Ain't gonna happen.
All right, let's go catch another one.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Walters and Eshte started the day 7 ounces ahead of Zaldain and Rickard, so they didn't necessarily need to break 16.5 pounds, 16 3/4, but they definitely have to have 2 8-pounders today.
Yeah, they can't do it with a 12-8, or excuse me, 11 pounds.
They're redfish in Hawaii.
No, I don't think so.
They're largemouth and smallmouth in Hawaii.
Do they?
Inland, Kauai. I think they get very big, but still, it's pretty cool.
Houston and Hudnall, good day, 15 pounds. They've been quiet the last couple hours.
Yep, they sure have. Their bite has stopped.
Yeah.
Bet the Mexican food isn't that good in Hawaii. That could be an issue for me, personally.
They might have just
could live in
moved to a
Mexico,
different part of
too.
the shoreline that doesn't
got the
have the
best
mullet that it
Mexico
had
and
on it
good
earlier in the
Mexican
day. You know,
It's a dream.
that's all part of that equation. Well, as soon as we say that, no, he's just hung in the bottom. But if you don't have the bait flipping, those redfish have a tendency to travel with those mullet for a couple reasons. One, I think it helps them stay in the mood for eating, but the other two things is if a porpoise moves up on the flat, there's a security in numbers. And that redfish can
He was in the sand, huh?
hide
in a bigger hole too
amongst the mullet as well.
Of course, old bull would be up there. That other one was a bull too. I hate bulls. They feel good though. That's a good hole right there. Can you reach it?
Nope. One right there.
That's the one I was talking about. Doing that when I missed it.
Yeah.
So Tommy, these guys have chiseled down to where what they're doing is they're actually casting just slightly beyond the pothole, bringing it into
We're
the
trying
pothole
to get her done.
and letting it drop. But as soon as they're out
It's
of that
crunch time.
pothole, they're
We,
ripping it back
we got a
so that
few
they can
minutes
pick
left, and
another
we're just trying
hole
to hit all these
and throw
potholes.
into that.
And actually, I think the fish are just starting to.
I think, yeah, we're freaking an hour behind. If it'd be a 3:45 check-in, I think we'd be in good shape. I think our fish took an extra 2 or 3 hours extra sleep this morning.
They went to church.
Yeah, they did not want to fire first thing.
Wind started blowing.
Yep.
A little later. We're just trying to get it done. you know, it's really something how, you know, you go all day.
I mean, struggling.
Yeah.
Can't even.
And then you get down to the last little bit and you're just trying to make it happen while they're starting to move. They just really starting to move right now. We're just really starting to get some bites. We just caught a big fish, but he was a little too big, so.
He's about a whole inch over.
Yeah,
That's a long one.
And then we got Weekend Warrior here gonna come and just run across our bow.
Right across her freaking good sand over here.
Yeah, so.
That's what happens when you buy a Suzuki.
Yeah. But he could push a few fish to us right here.
You're right,
because
we are limited on time.
Yeah, so.
We got about 10 minutes left of fishing.
Derek's still casting away and Ron's trying to see one. You know, it's still funny how a lot of the saltwater guys are not blind fishing. Mickey Gibbs and Jeremy Himes have just all day long cast.
Oh, yeah.
Differences in the technique. Some guys are sight fishermen and then some guys are blind casters, you know.
Ron, who was that was texting us this morning?
This has been really cool, Tommy. I'm super glad we got to be a part of this, especially me. I grew up watching you do redfish tournaments. I'm glad to be a part of it.
Back in the day, yes, yeah. Certainly miss those days. This reminds me how much I miss those days. What a dynamic sport fish the redfish are. They're just, man, tailor-made for exciting tournament action here. Man, oh man, congratulations to all our anglers who did so well, all 10 teams here. Weigh-ins coming up at 3:45 Eastern Time right here on Bassmaster.com. Thank you, Captain Rick Murphy. Your expertise has been essential.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
Most enjoyable experience.
Absolutely. Thank you for being with us. For the Yamaha Bassmaster Redfish Cup presented by Skeeter.